being here for our youth.
Who's that guy
We're
talking?
going to jump into our agenda, get started here shortly.
Who's that amazing?
Of course,
It looks familiar though.
first of our youth will be
We're live though. We're live right now.
allowing us
So that mic's good.
Testing. Utilize.
I already did a mic test. We're good.
This great land that we know as White Cap. We're at this time, it is indeed an honor and a pleasure to serve you, the youth, the future generation. It's our next generation of people who are going to give us and instill that pride and honor in our nations. And we want to take this time to acknowledge myself. Who am I? And my name is Wendell Starlight. Nesika Sukanawakawika Askitia Kamita. I'm from Chacosaco Pit, the land.
Hope it's 2 L's.
I guess from the place where the man that my home community is named after, the one who wears the stars as his blanket, Chacosaco Pit. Up here, up north, there's another relative of ours, and that reserve is called Pit, or the Star Atlantic. And often at times we're mixed up or get mixed up with each other. I want to at this time page our drum group. Mr. Close by, Elvis Whistle. Please make your way forward. Elvis Whistle. Say, Matt, hurry up. You need you here. We also would like to, I guess, with each time, like to know about our agenda. Our first speaker will be Chief Darcy Bear.
Youth election day for youth and legislative, eh?
Great dessert.
Legislative election.
Okay, hold on.
How do you say bacon? Chief Cadmus.
We say big goose.
From House First Meeting. Chief Cadmus. Oh, there it is. Everybody's
You
right.
say goose, huh?
Such a friendly guy.
Yeah, very cool.
See him,
Just pink.
he smile, kind of like something, you want to tell us something good. Of course, Chief Darcy Bear, another one of my old ones.
Same pig in his place.
Chiefs that I've seen, young chiefs that I've seen, that kind of thing, this way, where he's today.
Willis, you want to just start talking right now? He's just killing time right now, getting things rolling. But if you start going around,
we also have Chief Troy Cooper standing on deck. I believe he's the chief of police here in Saskatoon. My friend, my buddy, our brother. And then after following Chief Troy Cooper, we have our group chief,
Working on audio right now. Give us a
Forgive
second.
me if I didn't pronounce it right. A tongue twister, but a Lila Nepatchit. Good thing I have a good coach here.
And then we have President Drew Lafond,
And President Drew Lafond,
lawyer with MLT.
lawyer with MLT, president of the Indigenous Association,
Indigenous Bar Association.
Indigenous Bar Association. Where are you? He's way in the back over there, kind of being sigh of all the youth.
Alrighty, Gabine Zoom, Dunzeniga, si Willis Janvier, Hushanin, Telas, Tuazi, Lalash, Saskatchewan, Clearwater River, Dene Nation, band member, the Hisleo, and Dunzeniga, Treaty 6 Territorial team. We are live at the FSIN Youth Summit, Rezilient Youth Summit. Today is the final day, day 3. We're going to bring to you, we're running a little bit on Indian time here this morning, but we're going to hear the opening remarks from AFN National Chief Rose Ann Archibald, FSIN Chief Bobby Cameron, Miss FSIN Elijah Napachik, Darcy Bear, Chief Darcy Bear, Chief Cadmus Delorme is here with us today here, and Jacqueline Ottoman, Drew Lafond, and then we're going to hear from Vice Chief Ali Bear, the youth portfolio announcement, because today is the final day. The contestants are going to be doing their presentation, their speech about why they want to be represent the youth of FSIN. And then we're going to, so after the presentations of the youth candidates, the people, the young people here today, they're going to be the ones that are voting in the candidates. There'll be a male representative and a female representative, and then the polls will close at 12:15, and then Elder Judy Pelly is gonna bless our food, and we're gonna have lunch, and then we'll announce the winners at 1:30 p.m. So, and then they're gonna swear them in right here live on. We are on Facebook, YouTube, everywhere, as we bring to you one more day, the final day, day number 3 of the FSIN Youth Resilient. You know, over the last couple of days, we've had panelists, very good panelists that join us. And we looks like we're going to have somebody come in and chat with me here. Actually, one of the panelists, Mario Ahenekyu, is going to join me here today as we're going to get this thing going. How you doing, Mario?
I'm doing quite well this morning. Just kind of enjoying my morning cup of coffee here. Yeah.
Still in sweats and like it's Sunday morning.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful Sunday morning here. If you pretend and manifest it, sometimes it'll start to be Sunday. So we're going with those kind of lazy vibes today. It's been a pretty serious week out here, so it's been nice to become comfortable and kind of sit back and watch the rest of the show here, and hopefully have some good speeches from our future leaders that are out here.
Yeah, very good. Mario, you did a presentation yesterday about sharing your story and getting that message out there about overcoming these obstacles. How important is it to share story of people? You are one of many Indigenous people that, but having that impact on the youth. How important is it to keep on sharing and moving forward together?
I think what it comes down to is that these youth need to hear the truth. They need people to tell them that the reality is that our people, as Indigenous people, face these obstacles and these barriers of jails and institutions and addiction. And people need to tell them the hard truths of the places that those doing those things will take you. So if you do drugs, you do alcohol, you hang out with gangs, you become a gang member, ultimately you're going to end up in jail or die. And I say that if you're lucky, because a lot of our people are struggling on the street with mental health and addiction that are lost. They have no one They have nowhere to go, and they don't truly know who they are, what their purpose is. So the reality of it is it's getting worse and worse, almost like an epidemic. So we need to continue to tell them the truth on this and pretend not to pretend that it isn't happening.
Yeah, good stuff. You know, a lot of times for Indigenous youth, they feel stuck and scared to reach out. What do you say to that young person who is wanting out and not finding a way or doesn't know who? Because a lot of times we have issues trusting people. So, what do you say to the next kid to reach out and find help?
I would say for myself, because I can only speak on my own experience and what I have done to overcome these barriers and these obstacles that I had faced, when I really wanted to change, because yeah, that was the reality. One of the things was don't trust anybody, don't talk to anybody, don't feel anything. And so for me, I had to find the person that I could trust, that I could ask for help. And when I was able to ask for help, and when I became willing, because for me, I needed to become willing to do whatever it takes. And that was a big thing when I made that mindset. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. So when I mean whatever it takes, that means going out there, talking to people, asking other people how they left their gangs. And so for me, it was just as simple as hearing another person's story about how they overcame their obstacles. And for me, knowing that that was possible. So when that happened in my life, I realized that there is a way out and that there is hope. Because when I was in it, I didn't see that hope. All I seen was a jail cell, and I saw that jail floor, and I thought that that was going to be my life for the rest of my life. And so when I had other people come out that have changed their lives before me, it gave me the hope and inspiration. And when I asked them what they did, they became willing to do whatever it took because they were so sick and tired of the life that they were living.
Yes, having the willingness and the hope is always there. You know, if there's anybody that is struggling with this, reach out to somebody. Mario, I want to thank you for joining me here this morning. We're going to take it back to Andre up there and welcome you all to the FSI Youth Summit. Merci.
Bear, you can meet Ali Bear, all of these amazing people, Drew LaFond, and you can get to know them, tell them your name. And because when you have access to people like that, those people, they can open doors for you. And that's what happened for me growing up because I didn't have people to look up to. I didn't have positive role models when I grew up in the inner city of Saskatoon and on Little Pine First Nation. However, when you get to a certain age, I believe, and you start to meet these new people, when you open yourself up and you're willing to be vulnerable, I think amazing things can happen. And this is one of those moments. And so I'm looking at all of the candidates right now, and I'm very, very excited for all of the things that you're going to accomplish in your life. And just to give you a little hint of what you might be expecting, in about 2 weeks, we have the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in New York City. And so just to give you an idea of what could be out there possibly if you were to win today, there's lots of possibilities out there. Is our drum group ready? Not yet. So I just wanted to share a little bit and say that I'm very, very proud of each and every one of you for putting your names forward. And for those who didn't, I hope you really enjoy the assembly. And I invite you to be vulnerable, to use your voice, and to really enjoy this assembly today.
I don't really race. I just mostly do it for recreational and
Alrighty, welcome back once again. Here I'm joined by one of the youth male representatives here. We'll just get you to introduce yourself.
Dansa Nuakuma Gantik Tomskat Dinawakakio and Oskaman and Totalia. Hello, all my relatives. Thank you for being here and thank you for listening to me. For those of you who don't know me, my spirit name is Kasena Piupiesi, with the oldest grandfather, Thunderbird. My English name is Kihiu Preston Gopher, and I'm a proud Nahio Cree from Soto First Nation.
Nizum, welcome. Thank you for sharing, your language with me. It's always good to hear that the Indigenous languages. So you are running for the youth male representative. What is your platform built on? What is the message you're going to be giving out today during the speeches?
So a lot of my main focus is being a strong advocate on behalf of mental health awareness and pushing forth a positive message of hope and guidance for our youth and our two-spirited brothers and sisters. My sister Cheryl Gopher is an advocate on behalf of missing and murdered Indigenous women. So that's one thing that I want to bring to the table too as well. I know that's a very real issue that we face in Canada and the United States. So I want to become a strong voice and represent our people at the FSIN level. But not only that, be able to lobby and advocate on behalf of our inherent treaty rights as First Nation people as well.
It's very important to talk about mental health, and a lot of people, we struggle with mental health. And, it's good to bring that forward. If elected, what is some of the first things, you are willing to take on right away? Is it mental health or some of the things you're going to be doing? Because you got to deal with 74 nations, what are some of the things you want to implement right away or take action right away?
Well, one of the first things that I plan on doing is reaching out to all my fellow candidates that are running against me. I understand that everyone has a valid point of view, a mindset, and we all don't think the same. And two minds will never think alike. So one of my main priorities is going to be reaching out to the other candidates that put their name forward and letting them know that I'm there to help and I would love their help as well. But one of the main things that I really want to push for is mental health, because I'm a personal development coach and I'm a life and wellness coach. So I do a lot of work with income assistant clients and people on welfare to help obtain essential skills to get them in the work industry, and also to adapt their mindsets to think differently, to perform differently. So that's one thing I'm very keen on. And the main thing is just making sure the youth know that everything that they're going through, everything that they think about, it's very important for me to be able to let them know I hold open door policy, and it's important for them to elect somebody who is well communicated, well spoken, who's going to bring their voice and amplify it at a bigger table. And I think I'd be able to execute that on their behalf.
Yeah, Zoom, good stuff. Very well spoken young man here. And actually, we're gonna take a moment here as they're gonna have a drum song, and we'll be right back.
We want every one of you to feel proud of who you are, feel proud of where you come from, be proud to be Indian people. There's always going to be challenges out there, but never give up hope. the older people sitting down, say a prayer for your young people standing. Pray for them for a bright, beautiful future, a healthier future for our nations. Pray that they are safe, that they are protected. Pray that they are inspired. When you believe in yourselves, anything is possible. You can sit down. Akamemo Skyak, never give up, keep going. Thank you very, very much. We'll hand it over to our Mr. Speaker here, so you can take over the agenda.
I want to acknowledge our Muslims and Kukums during that honor song. They say that why we have a drum is so that when they sing, it's like us sending prayers up to Creator. And when we sing, not only does it represent the heartbeat of Mother Earth, but it also allows our spirit, the light within inside ourselves, to travel and to make that journey to Creator and through our words. So when they sing, it allows our spirit to light up, so that those that are already traveling to the hunting grounds or traveling up to that great big circle up in the sky, when they look back, they see a bright light, or they see each and every one of our spirits shining the way for our people. And that's why our people, when they look back and they see all us lit up like stars, they're happy, makes them happy. And because they're happy, they dance. And so I want to thank the drum group for singing us that song, for delivering our prayer, for delivering our words to Creator. And that's what it means to sing. That's what it means to drum. And that's why you'll see our forefathers, you'll see our grandfathers, you'll see our kokums, our kunchis, you'll see them singing at the sun dances and the rain dances, our first lodge. They will be singing there because they want us to have, in our language, Pipewewin. They want us to have success in all that we do as people, as First Nations, as Indigenous people. That's why you feel that pride and you feel that honor here. Makes you want to stick your chest out, because we're proud, we're a proud people, we're dignified and we're respectful, and we command that respect even from Creator. That's what it is to be Indigenous. Okay, so we want to first of all get right into our agenda here. We want to call forward our host chief, the chief here from Dakota, Whitecap, a prestigious man, a role model, an outstanding citizen himself, First Nation citizen, Chief Darcy Bear. Chief.
This thing working? Okay. Homitakapi, Patrick de Westero, Chatawiste, Wasna, the Petchusapi, Amani Himakapido. Good morning. I want to welcome, of course, all of the visiting chiefs, counselors, all of the youth delegates that are here in our community, our elders that are here. Of course, I want to thank the drum group for this morning honor song. Acknowledge, of course, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Starblanket, Thank Andre as well for the role he's played during this event, emceeing throughout. And throughout the conference, you've got to hear many inspirational speakers, and of course, give you encouragement to go forward as your generation is going to take over a lot of the work that we've done. Just when I first was elected in my community here, I was only 23 years old, and we didn't have $1 in our bank account. We had zero. We didn't have any modern infrastructure. There was no water treatment plant. We grew up on res. We still had outhouses. We had to cut wood to heat our home, haul water, and no jobs, and there's no opportunities. We had about a 70% unemployment rate. And so that first day being elected, one of the easiest decisions would have been just to walk away, being in university and having this new responsibility. The easiest thing would have been to walk away. But when you accept the role of being a leader, you have to accept all the challenges that come with it. But you need to also not just identify the problem, you need to identify the solution. And that's one of the things we've always practiced here in Whitecap. Anybody can identify a problem, but what's the solution? And how do you go forward? And how do you keep your people informed and involved? So we have a minimum of 4 community meetings every year in our community. We have monthly elders lunches. And during COVID-19, of course, we couldn't have all those gatherings anymore. We had all look at the virtual world. So we had to equip our elders with iPads, but that actually got them connected to their grandchildren because they weren't tech savvy. So they had to rely on their grandchildren to show them how to Zoom and all this. And then we delivered the lunches to their homes. So we managed to still have our monthly elders lunches, but in a different way. Because it's important to still get that guidance from our elders, but also make sure all of our community members are supportive. And then Andre was talking earlier about the Indian Act. And the Indian Act was not a piece of legislation that was created for us to be a part of the economy. It was created to segregate us from society and put us on these small tracts of land called reserves to keep us out of sight and out of mind. And every other Canadian citizen had the opportunity to be a part of the economy, to build infrastructure, economies, jobs, opportunities, and even hope. We didn't have that same opportunity. So it's something that, instead of creating a treaty implementation act, they create this piece of legislation called the Indian Act, but they wanted, and they did it purposely, to make sure that their colonial mindset and all of their policies could be imposed upon us. And they wanted to keep us dependent upon them. Because if you're dependent upon someone, they have power over you. And that's what the government wanted to do, and that's what they achieved. And they made sure we had 2-year election cycles to make sure there wasn't that consistency of good governance and leadership, stability, which is required. In our nation here, we have 4-year terms, but even when I was first elected, it was 3-year terms. But you can imagine a 2-year term where every 2 years, you're basically in election mode all the time. So you need to have that stability. But what we've done here in our community looked at how can we go forward? How can we eliminate the Indian Act? So we've done it through the First Nations, the framework agreement on First Nation land management. It's a nation-to-nation, government-to-government agreement. It eliminated 25% of the Indian Act, allowed us to self-govern our lands, create all of our own land laws. And we did this, of course, was ratified by our people. The reason I bring this up because it enabled us to actually, instead of going to the government and saying, okay, we're going to do, I'll give you an example, the golf course. When we were first building that, we had to basically designate that land for economic development. And then we had to do a land surrender vote. And then the minister had to sign the lease, not the nation. We didn't sign the lease, it was the minister. Under the framework agreement on First Nation land management, we eliminate 25% of the Indian Act and we self-govern our lands and we have our own land laws in place. So when this casino was voted out of Saskatoon, we already had our land code in place. So we didn't have to go to see the government and say, can you sign off the lease and do the whole land surrender vote? We could actually move at the speed of business. This area was already zoned for a casino. So just a matter of having a community meeting and our members said yes to the casino. We didn't have to have a plebiscite like they did in Saskatoon. And we issued a lease. So we've gone from having a 70% unemployment rate, and just prior to COVID, we were down to about a 6% unemployment rate. And we have many people, not just our own people, working in not just the casino and the hotel, but in all of our businesses from Saskatoon as well. A lot of our urban members, and they're not from Whitecap, but we welcome them. And we've even gone to the point of creating employee housing. So we have members from other reserves that live right here in our community. and we had to make sure that we can provide services to them. And that's also another challenge of letting government know that we have to look at service population, not just our on-reserve population of our own members, but service population. So those are some of the things, we've worked on, and throughout the years, you've seen what's happened here in our community, and the youth. What's the other thing we do? Because we generate a lot of our own source revenue, and the federal government does not fully fund post-secondary. They have a formula, 18 to 34 years old, and there's a formula, and they give it to the First Nations. And a lot of our communities have to have a wait list because we have a high demand for post-secondary education. And that's not fair to the youth. I think the government's got to look at it as an investment, not as an expense. It's an investment. Because when you get your education and you stay in school and you get your post-secondary or you get a trade, as far as your earnings go, they continue to go up. As you get, whether you get a master's or you get a PhD, your earnings, it correlates with your earnings, and you get to provide for your families and also lead the way. And that's what you're doing. Many of you have taken, I think there's about 8 of you today are candidates in this youth FSN youth election, and you're putting your name forward, and you're wanting to help lead the way. But when you do lead the way, you also need to listen. You need to listen to people's concerns, and then take those concerns forward and work with everyone. Regardless of what government is in power, you still have to work with the governments. That's one of the things we've always practiced, is that you can't be critical. You can still certainly be critical in regards to if they're doing something wrong, but you need to just work with them and sit down and talk and negotiate. So we even work with whether it be like Charlie Clark was supposed to be here today, but the city of Saskatoon, we got Chief of Police Troy Cooper, he's here. But we work with the city of Saskatoon, we work with the rural municipalities around us, we work with, of course, the provincial government, federal government, but it doesn't matter who's in power. We still got to work with them to try and find a way forward, to create a better quality of life for all of our people. And as far as our youth go here in Whitecap, we because we have, like I said, open source revenue, we make sure we fund the wait list. So everybody goes to post-secondary. If they're ready for it, we want to send them to school and then provide all the supports that they need along the way. But one of the things your responsibility is going to be is making sure you continue with economic reconciliation, continue to build economies, continue that we take our rightful place and be a part of the economy and have jobs and opportunities like anybody else, any other Canadian citizen. And then if you look at the opportunities here in Saskatchewan, you got all these baby boomers who are retiring, and it's going to create another 80,000 jobs just here in Saskatchewan. And those are your jobs. So I encourage you to continue down this path, get your education, be respectful of one another, and help lift one another too. Work together. I remember Cadmus, before he was the chief, he was a young student, a great golfer, met him on the golf course with Edmund Bellegarde, and became friends, and we're still friends to this day. Now he's a young, inspirational leader. He's blazing his own trail, but it's good to see. And as First Nations people, we still work together. Chief Cadmus can call me, I can call him. If he's working on a file that he's got good success on, I'll ask him a few things, vice versa. But we all have to do that. We need to work together. All of our First Nations. Just recently, we went to Sutina and Enoch, and we signed an economic reconciliation, an economic alliance with those two nations, Whitecap and Sutina and Enoch, because we have a lot of similarities. We all have casinos on our land. We all have hotels, convention centers. We all have golf courses. And of course, our latest project, we're going to be building a spa that's going to be attached to the hotel. And then we got a twin arena project that's coming as well. So, but we're working together because there's synergies that can be created, and also influencing government. So we have a good working relationship with this provincial government in Saskatchewan. They both have a good working relationship with provincial government in Alberta. But there's some of the policies that the provincial government have that we need to change. If we can influence change, we'll do that, because it's important to influence change with all levels of government. I want to also acknowledge Drew Lafon. He's also works for our tribal council, does a lot of legal work for us. And so there's lots of inspiring stories out there, lots of good people. My daughter, Allison, you know, she was involved in a couple of serious car accidents. When she was 17, we almost lost her. And so she came back she couldn't finish grade 12 because of the car accident, but she went on to finish grade 12. She went on to get her arts degree with distinction. And then she went on to get a law degree and then write the bar and become a lawyer. And then she decided to and she did this while raising 2 little babies, you know. So we're really proud of you, Allison. Yeah. But it's that kind of work, that work ethic that we all need to carry. You know, I was raised by my grandparents in Whitecap here. And again, there's residential schools, right? Intergenerational impacts. So my mother went to residential school, never did raise me, but my grandparents raised me. And it's kind of where I got my whole work ethic from, because we had cattle, horses, and everything else was from my grandfather. Always work, you know, we always had chores to do every day. And before we can go to play after school, we had to do our chores first. And then as far as being that whole entrepreneurial spirit that I have, when I was young, if I cut wood, I would go and sell wood to my uncles. My grandpa bought me eggs, and I raised these chickens and sell the eggs. He taught me how to make red willow baskets. I'd sell the red willow baskets, because we didn't have a lot. We weren't rich, you know, but we were rich in love and culture and language. They spoke our language fluently in our home. So in order for me to go to school, and you see kids with the cool Nike high tops and things, my grandparents couldn't afford that. So that's why I did all these things. I went and I did all these, whether it be making red willow baskets or selling eggs or selling wood or doing chores for other families as far as their cattle goes, and just putting that money away and saving it, and then buying myself something. But that whole entrepreneurial spirit continued, and I still have it to this day. It's something that I don't know what it is, but anytime I'm pursuing a project, it's the chase and raising the capital and getting the financing in place, making sure it's a sound business plan, making sure it's going to be profitable. Profit has to be number one, because if you don't have profit, you can't sustain all the jobs you created. So all these things just started as a young person. And like I said, when I first was elected, I was 23 years old. And when I was chief, I was 26 years old. I'm still the chief today, but it's report cards are like for you today when you get elected. That's for us as chiefs. Every few years we have to, you know, if we're doing a good job, our people will bring us back and let us continue to do the work we're doing. But always working together with everyone. That's really important. Creating alliances is very important. So continue with that, and I want to wish you all the best today in your elections. Not all of you are going to win, but there's going to be it'll still be a good experience for you, you know. And if you don't win, still go and congratulate the person that did win. And the person that did win, acknowledge all the others and speak with them and see what their concerns are. And as Andre said, it's going to be a great experience for you. And again, I just want to thank the FSN for bringing this event here to Whitecap Dakota First Nation, and to a facility that we all benefit from. You know, even like the casino next door, you know, that belongs to all 74 First Nations. We all benefit. You know, 50% of the profit goes to a trust and goes to all 74 nations. Another 25% goes to charities. And so we all do benefit. And we got to continue working together. And even working on bigger projects, you know, even on renewable energy like Howasas, you know, there's lots of opportunity going forward. But we just got to take our rightful place and be a part of the economy and continue working together. Thank you. We talk to us.
There you have it. One of our, inspirational, innovative, and I guess, technologically advanced chiefs, Chief Darcy Bear. Certainly one of my past role models, still is a role model for myself, and always look forward to seeing him. He always has a smile. And I see a lot of our youth out there this morning. A lot of you were looking like you needed coffee. You weren't smiling. Anyway, we want to move forward in our agenda. A young man who I used to like shooting out on the paint war grounds. Well, I used to be with this young man. Him and my nephew used to always go and do paintballing. And I certainly didn't mind getting involved and making war. But he's a fun guy. He's a young man. You'll see him around in the community. He's always got a laugh, always got a smile, and always makes you feel good because of his spirit. And I hope that you youth put him in your vision, keep him in your mind, watch how he behaves, watch how he works the crowd, and you'll learn something. And don't be afraid to talk to him. He's really a really humble young man. I want to introduce and ask to come forth Chief Cadmus Delorme, certainly one of my heroes.
Nanaskaman, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ogamau Cadmus, Natisi Kasu, my name is Chief Cadmus Delorme. I'm 40 years old. I look young. That's that reserve water I get to shower in every day. I just wanted to give knowledge to Chief Darcy Bear and the Whitecap Dakota Nation for hosting, and for the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations led by Vice Chief Ali Bear for allowing and getting us all here today. My name is Cadmus, and I've been a chief for 7 years. I got 7 gray hairs because I get a gray hair every year that I'm a chief. And I absolutely love it. And I'm going to get right to the point, and I'm going to make you laugh, and I'm going to make you think, because I'm 40 now. When I was 18 years old, I had one goal, and it was to look like Eminem Marshall Mathers. And if anybody searches and stalks me on social media, you'll find it. I did a pretty good job of it too. And I didn't really know what my world was about to be. Grew up on cowses. I had 5 nicknames. So, in our Indian way, when someone likes you, they tease you. You tease them back. But I didn't really know what my journey was going to be. And when I attended the First Nations University of Canada in 2008, I started to learn about the history. Just because I'm First Nation and just because I grew up on cowses didn't necessarily mean I knew the history. And when I started to learn the history of what our parents went through, what our grandparents went through, what our great-grandparents went through, I started to get angry. And I started to say, why? Why would you allow this to happen? What went wrong? Why? And then I started to transition that anger to frustration. What role do I play? What can I do to help? And then I transitioned it to strategy. So this is the role I'm going to play. That every time I walk into a room, that every time that I speak at a mic, that every time I'm representing my nation as a chief, every time I show my pearly yellows to you with our good old Indian humor, that I want to do it for our survivors and our kokums and mushums. Because in 2022, April, today, we have one enemy in this room, and that's between our ears. And what do you think? What do you view the world? That voice that talks to you, that nobody else hears. That is the only enemy we have in this world today, is between our ears. And you got to change that voice to your best friend. Because when you look at yourself in the mirror, when you're strip all the Snapchat filters away and you look at yourself in the mirror, that is your best friend, because that's the person that's going to be with you to the day that you give that soul flame back in that spirit world one day when you're old and gray. And that is what our kokums and mushums hope of us today as a new generation, the 8th generation. I'm the 6th, 7th. You're the 8th generation. And your kokums and mushums are watching you. Your grandparents and moms and dads and community are watching you. And they look for motivation. And when you go home from this conference, we need to share with them the unity, the nation building that is in this room. When I attended the First Nations University of Canada, a new spirit awoken in me, a warrior spirit. The greatest warrior is the one that brings peace to the people. That is what I learned at First Nations University of Canada. The greatest warrior is the one that brings peace to the people. It's not the one all the time that picks up the bow and arrow and ready to fight. And we all have our brothers, sisters, cousins that do that, and I'm not discrediting them. That is who they are, and I love them. But we need more warriors that bring peace to our people. One of the things as a chief I learned today is that there was a poem that is my aspiration. What wakes you up every morning before you have your coffee, before you have your energy drink, before you go on Facebook and start scrolling and TikTok? What motivates you? Don't rely on technology to motivate you. What motivates you? There's a poem that I read, and I had to do a written report on it in university. It's called A Lament for Confederation from Chief Dan George. This poem is my motivation. In 1967, Chief Dan George stood up at Stanley Park in Vancouver and read this poem to over 300,000 people. In this poem, he talks about the sadness that Indians feel in this country as Canada celebrates its centennial. He tells in this poem at how Canada took away the salmon, took away the land relationship. And then he goes on in this poem to say, Canada, you just wait. Our people are awake. Our people are getting the white man's education. Our people are learning how to adapt to the today, but not forgetting about what is core to us as Indigenous people. And he said within 100 years, in 1967, that the Indians will stand in the House of Laws in this country and rule the land that we always have been since time immemorial. He said, you just wait, Canada. He read that in 1967. When I read that, I'm like, this is my role, is to make that happen. And if there's one last thing I could share with you before I just thank you for letting me share a few words, is what truly happened. You know what, when I started to learn about the history, my parents never talked about residential school to me at home. My community never really talked about it because it was still kind of going on when I was a teenager. I had to learn about my history at university. And if I could give you a really quick recap to help you when you walk on your journey today, I want to tell you the following. This is what Chief Kausis, Chief Kausis was the signatory chief. His name was Kwiwizants, but we call him Kausis. 2 days before treaty was agreed to, he knew change was coming. Chief Kausis knew change. The 1860 pandemic of smallpox, he witnessed my ancestors go through a bad time. The depletion of buffalo, he knew change was coming. But Chief Kausis was thinking of you, the 8th generation. And he's thinking, what is this treaty going to do for the benefit? And there was this guy in the room under the tent at the treaty negotiations. And everybody was going to him, even the commissioner. And Chief Kausis asked the interpreter, because he's Soto speaker, who's that person? And the interpreter said, he's a lawyer. And Chief Kausis says, what's a lawyer? Well, he went to school. He went to a school to go get educated. And Chief Kausis said, if I agree to this treaty, can my children be like me, but be like him? And the commissioner came over, Alexander Morris, and said, absolutely, that is why we're doing this. And so Chief Cowses agreed to Treaty 4. Just not all are treaty in this room, but we're all Indigenous rights holders. And what Chief Cowses agreed to, I like to use an analogy of two canoes. Just picture two canoes in your mind. I'm not trying to teach us the wampum treaty of our cousins to the east. I just want to give a picture of two canoes. This is what was the vision of Chief Cowses. One canoe is Cowses. Please substitute Cowses with the rights holder that you are so proud to represent here today. The other canoe is the Crown, Canada, Saskatchewan, the Westminster system, Kukum Elizabeth, who turned 96 yesterday. That's their canoe. Chief Cowses envisioned two canoes going down this river. Every generation, we were supposed to exchange a child in the other canoe so that those children could be raised to know the ideology of that canoe and then give them back. Every generation, we would always adapt to what was present today. That didn't happen. 2 years after Treaty 4, the Indian Act was thrown in the Cowses canoe. The Indian Act had one purpose: to imprison the mind of Cowses people, to put women at a lesser state, that our governance structure no longer worked, that we submitted to the Crown. And the Cowses canoe kind of fell behind. 22 years later, the residential school was thrown in the Cowses canoe. The residential school had one purpose: to brainwash the Cowses people, so that our vertical lineage that we've always had since time immemorial was no longer as strong, that our kinship, our language, and Cowses fell behind even more. In 2022 on Cowses, we give each other duct tape and we're patching up the holes in our canoe. We're giving each other cups and we're taking water out of our canoe. We're not asking Canada to slow down. We're not asking the Crown that we want to go a different river. We're not asking the Crown to go back to Europe. At least not all of us are. I'm not. All we're telling the Crown is, Awas, get out of our canoe and invest in our canoe and let us catch up. To simplify, as the 8th generation, strengthen your canoe. When you go home, no one is coming to help us. And life is not fair. Unfortunately, just life is not fair. Don't compare yourself to the person beside you, because you will get disappointed in life. Life is tough enough as it is. When you get elected or not elected, you're all leaders in this room. You're leaders to our survivors and cookums and mushrooms who didn't have the opportunity that you have today. And that is the greatest gift our Creator has given us, is the ability to think for ourselves. Strengthen your canoe. If I can leave you with one last thing, legendary stories are really important. Legendary stories are in all of our languages. There's a legendary story of the hummingbird, and I'm going to share it with you because it was shared with me. This story and our legendary stories have been told to our ancestors, and that was our education. We got to bring these back. I want to give you one little example in my closing comments. One day, this tree was on fire, and it was starting to get bigger. There was a hummingbird who seen this tree on fire. And this hummingbird was one that loves to help, wants to do something, wants to make a difference. There's many hummingbirds in here. And this hummingbird seen a water a ways away, and this hummingbird went down, picked up water in its little beak, flew all the way to the tree and spit on the tree. All afternoon, this hummingbird did that. Didn't think of itself. She didn't think of, other things. She knew her duty was to try and save this tree. Well, when this hummingbird was doing that, there was this raven on the tree, just watching this hummingbird go back and forth. In our lives, some of us have ravens too. And this raven told the hummingbird when it flew by, "Why are you trying? You're not going to out that fire." And the hummingbird flew by with the most positive attitude. I may not out it, but every time I spit, I make a little difference. In our communities, in our canoes, let's be hummingbirds. And I guarantee you in one generation, we will really be the best generation this country needs and our people need. Thank you for letting me share a few words. Nanaskaman.
Boy, he makes me want to go out and be a hummingbird. Chief Cadmus Delorme. Again, he was one of my role models. He's a young man, but he's certainly somebody I'd aspire to be. We want to continue moving on in our agenda. But before we move on in our agenda, I would like to bring your attention again to our third Vice Chief, Ali Bear, and just have you all stand up and acknowledge her at this time for the wonderful work that she's done for our youth. Everybody clap your hands and acknowledge the Chief. Thank you, Chief. She's worked very hard at putting this all together, and when you're trying to coordinate an event such as this, there are many headaches, there are many challenges, and she's meeting those challenges, and she's taking lots of Advil to handle those headaches. So thank you, Chief Ali Bear, for making this possible. I want to bring up another role model of mine, somebody I always wanted to be when I used to play cops and robbers. I always wanted to be the robber who got a hold of the cop. But I want to call forward the Saskatoon Police Chief, Troy Cooper. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you very much. It's really difficult to step up here following two incredible leaders, and I'm humbled whenever I hear them speak, and to be able to be present today. I'm sure if you feel like getting up and leaving while I'm speaking, you're absolutely welcome to do so, because whatever I have to say is absolutely irrelevant when you consider the other speakers you've had here before you today, the wisdom of the leadership of Chief Bear, and of course the vision and passion of Chief Cadmus Delorme. And when I was in the room early when you were beginning your comments, Mr. Starblanket, there, I was interested to hear your history and the history of the name Starblanket. And I know that that there is a First Nation in Saskatchewan, not far from here, named Atakakoop. And I know that because my grandchildren are members of the Atakakoop First Nation, and they're not here today. My oldest grandchildren are twins, are 14, but they will be here one day. And I feel comfortable knowing that there's strong leadership that are going to be able to help them and support them and make sure that they're successful. And so thank you very much for all of the work that's done around groups like this. So, and the supports that I see in the room. So thank you. So I want to begin by saying that, Tansek Akyao, Troy Cooper Nitsiga, son, Ogama Samaganis, Big River no Chinia. So I'm the chief of the Saskatoon Police Service. I grew up in Big River, Saskatchewan, and I started my policing career 35 years ago in Prince Albert. I was 21 years old, and I was thinking about youth and what I knew at 21. And it was similar to Chief Cadmus. I didn't know an awful lot at the beginning. Or Chief Bear, starting as a leader very, very early in life. And as a police officer, you have that responsibility thrust on you, whether you're prepared for it or not. And so I ask you to forgive some of the young police officers as they're learning their way and learning to become adults and learning to become leaders and learning their role. And it's important that we work together to make sure that they have the tools that are necessary to do that job. So before I get too deep into the comments, I just want to really recognize, first of all, Vice Chief Bear, Ali Bear, and Claudette, and all of the people that put so much effort into the conference and the Legislative Assembly here. That doesn't happen easily, and I know they work very, very hard. So thank you very much for the work on this conference. And I want to acknowledge where we are. Of course, this is one of the most beautiful areas of the traditional Dakota Territory, and the vision, I think, the innovation, the business acumen of Chief Darcy Bear and his council, his community, for building something like this in such a beautiful area that we can all share part of the Dakota Nation together and witness the beauty of it. I want to thank you and acknowledge that. I also would like to thank the FSIN for, I looked at the list of speakers and the people who were gathered together to support this conference, and I think that's just absolutely amazing. The level and quality of people that were here to show us, not just leadership, but mentorship examples. It was amazing. Today, this morning, I mentioned my grandchildren being from Atakup. I sat with Mario Haneke, also an Atakup First Nation member. There's probably others. Mario has a very compelling story to tell. And even at our breakfast this morning, Keisha Irwin was there, and Andre was talking about TikTok. Well, I met Keisha through TikTok. I had no idea she was going to speak. I had no idea I would ever meet her. She's a L'Orange band member. But why I met her is that I look at Cree language on TikTok because my grandchildren are Cree, and I wanted them to see people like me speaking Cree, because I think it's important that they see community leaders take an interest in their language and in their culture. So Keisha speaks Cree on TikTok and gives a little language tutorial, and I loved it, and it was easy for me to hear her articulate the language. As a female voice, easier to hear for non-speakers, and she helped me. And so I had the pleasure to meet her in person today. I never thought that I would. So TikTok does have a purpose. Mostly it wastes a lot of my time, but for this morning, it was very nice. I wasn't able to hear all of the speakers this week, but some of them were really important to me. And I wish I could have attended more of the conference. One person that I was glad to avoid was Ethan Bear. So Ethan is a hockey player. He's an amazing hockey player. Everyone in Saskatchewan, everyone in the area certainly where I grew up knows Ethan Bear. And Ethan, the reason I was glad to avoid him was that a few years ago, I was telling Chief Bear the story this morning. So a few years ago, I was asked to pick the best defenseman at a tournament, A-side final at the Senators Cup in Prince Albert. Ethan Bear had come up to the B-side in that tournament. He had played 4 games before I watched him in the final. He was limp. He was carrying their team, so he was pretty exhausted. And they were playing L'Orange Band, and so I said, "Do I pick the best player in this game or the best defenseman?" They said, "This game." So Chris Kinch was the best defenseman. He played for L'Orange, and I picked him as the best defenseman. And everyone else in the rink, except for Chris Kinch, thought I made the wrong decision and that I should have picked Ethan Bear. So since that time, 6 years ago, I've been avoiding Ethan Bear, and he keeps showing back up in the community, and I got to find an excuse not to be around him because I have to apologize to him. Chris Kinch is still a great defenseman. But I think the quality of people that I saw that were here speaks about the investment the FSIN has made in youth. So they obviously recognize that this is an area that is a wise investment, something that's important to support, because the people who they're providing the support to, the people who have attended this conference are going to be the future leaders of our community. Your communities, but our communities. And they're going to be the future leaders of the institutions within those communities. And I'm talking, Andre mentioned like health and education and justice. And because of conferences like this, those institutions might look a little bit different than they do today because of the investment in the young people that we're making here today. So speaking of Andre, and I mentioned him a couple times, I want to acknowledge him. First of all, he's been the master of ceremonies here, keeping everybody in line, making sure things go as planned, and that's hard work too. But Andre is also a perfect example of someone who's a mentor for young people. What he's accomplished, the things he's done and seen, boggle me. He's an amazing young man, and I've been proud to watch his growth. And I know that he's just getting started, and the world look out, because Andre Bear is coming, and I think he's going to accomplish a great deal in his life. Absolutely. And so, of course, this conference, this afternoon, I guess, there's going to be an election for the youth, the representatives for the FSIN, and I just want to talk about that a little bit. So in policing leadership you can see it on our shoulders. We wear our rank on our shoulders. So if you're a leader, you have something different. But even within our paramilitary organization, where we look for leadership on shoulders, we recognize that leadership comes from within. People have this natural ability, some of them, but certainly it's something that you develop. And you don't always have something on your shoulder that shows you're a leader. People are naturally leaders. People are followed because of what they have in their heart and their passion and their commitment. And so whether you are the elected person for the FSIN youth or not, you can still be a leader in your community. You can still make a huge difference in your community. We see that in policing. People don't always follow the ranking officer. They follow the person who's a natural leader, person who has something to say that's worth following. I met the two current youth representatives shortly after they got elected in 2018. It's a long time ago now. That's a long slog there for a leader. But I met them, and Roland and Darian, and I met them a couple times. I met them initially at the Wachitowin conference that they had. It's a reconciliation event in Saskatoon. Talked to them there. I spoke at that event. And then shortly after that, they came to actually meet with me and my senior executive at the police station. So these are there's 15 of us. There's a few women leaders, but primarily white middle-aged men sitting in uniforms that look like this around a big long table. And these two young people came to speak to us. And I'm sure that must have been intimidating, but you would have never known it. They spoke with eloquence, they spoke with passion, they were committed, and they were trying to be influential in policing and in justice. And so I think that they have that natural leadership within them, and that was obvious, I think, over the course of their term here. Two things I'd like to talk about that the youth representatives accomplished, at least within my industry since I was there. So I mentioned that I met them at the Wachitowin conference, and I spoke at the Wachitowin conference, and I said that I had talked to these youth representatives, and that, you know, one of the most important things that would influence the relationship between Indigenous youth and the police were authentic relationships. I was quoting from the President of the United States, Obama. You know, he talked about having authentic relationships, and I was challenged at that conference. And they said, that's not enough. It's important for me to be trusted. It's important for my police officers to be trusted. But I'm the head of an organization. And if I'm going to actually practice and implement reconciliation, I have to make systemic and structural changes to my organization. And that's what I learned in my conversations. And as a result of that, we now have a new position with the police service that's an equity and diversity and inclusion at a director level, who will examine all of our policies and practices from a equity and anti-racism perspective to make sure that we change those structures and systems within policing so that they serve everyone equally and equitably. So that's a real accomplishment, I think, directly as a result of the influence that they had. Another one that and I'm glad the mayor's not here because I can talk about the actual cost of this event, but they presented to our senior executive the need for police services and to have a body-worn camera program. So they came to us with that ask. Now, this is not a small ask. This is millions of dollars in investment in policing for the technology and the training, and it's an ongoing cost. But they made that ask, and they were pretty blunt about it. This is what they weren't demanding, but they were very forthcoming, I guess, very bold in their request. And I can tell you, as a result of that initial conversation, that last week we rolled out our first cameras in Saskatchewan's first ever body-worn camera program with Saskatoon Police Service. So you can see that within their term, even as young people, even as people who just newly found a voice, they made a real difference. And I want to thank them, from the bottom of my heart, for the work that they did on behalf of their communities, on behalf of young people, on behalf of my grandchildren and all the people that are going to come after them. The work that they did was worth doing. They took it very seriously. And I know that as Andre is just starting out in his role as a leader, these two young people, Roland and Darian, are also just now beginning to embrace the world and as leaders. And I really look forward to seeing exactly what they can accomplish with all the rest of our supports. So thank you very much for your work, Darian and Roland. Thank you. So I'm gonna end there, and I know that we have an election this afternoon, as I mentioned, and I again want to reiterate that anybody who has a commitment to the community, anybody who has put their name forward, that takes bravery and courage, and you have my great respect for that. And I look forward to working closely with all the young leaders that are in the room here today. So, Ekuse, Tenega.
Thank you, Saskatoon Police Chief Troy Cooper. We appreciate those words of encouragement and words of success. We want to move forward in our agenda, keep rolling along here, but I wanted to make a brief comment to share some of the cultural aspects in terms of going forward with a drum. The drum group that you see here with you today by the name of Elks Whistle, I wanted to share a little story about them. When I was younger, about a youth, and I was starting out with the sun dance and the rain dance ceremonies, their late dad, Gordon was tasty. When he was getting them prepared to go and sing at the sun dances and rain dances, he would take a piece of chalk and he would draw a circle. And when he drew that circle, the first man that I saw that he put inside that circle was Angelo. And then he drew another circle. And the other man that had to fill that circle was Jason. And those two gentlemen at that time were young guys, had to stand in that circle for 4 days and 4 nights. And on the 4th morning that they come to sing for me at the Sundance, they were allowed to leave that circle. So that talks about some of the discipline and some of the perseverance that you have to go through in order to not just be a singer at the drum, but you have to be able to sing many different songs, and there's many teachings and many blessings that go with that servitude. So just to give you a little perspective, we want to call on one of our royalty within the First Nations community. She was a FSIN princess, our FSIN youth rep. We want to call forward our royalty, Miss FSIN, Elia Nepatchit. Elila Nepatchit.
Am I tall enough? Dansakakyo nia alaila na pachet na sigasan, nehioikasan bia suisquesis, waskichis utinia. Hello, friends and relatives. My name is Elila Napatchett. I'm 21 years old and from Little Pine First Nation. I am Miss FSIN 2019 to 2022. I'm a representative of the 74 nations. I just like to say thank you all for being here. It's so nice to see everyone. I know from the pandemic, I'm kind of just a bit antisocial and still have a little bit of anxiety because it's been a while since I got to speak on a mic. I'm very happy to be here, and I thank Darian for asking me to come here and speak. I know I met Darian at the Youth Legislative Assembly back when we first ran. We ran together. We both ran for the female youth rep. And I also met Roland there, and what I can say is I'm very proud of them. They did such a great job within the past few years. They've been excellent role models to our youth. When I just want to share that story of when Darian and I both ran. When I decided to run for youth rep, I was scared, I was nervous, and if I'm being honest, I had some doubts that I wasn't ready for the position. But when I went to that conference with our Youth Legislative Assembly, I just went and made a lot of friendships with everyone that I could. I went and said what I had to say, and that was, for me, it was more for the experience of running. I wanted to ready myself for the future. And when the time came for who was picked for the new female and male youth rep. I was so excited for Darian and Roland when they got picked. I literally cried when they got picked because they were the best people at that youth legislative assembly. And I applaud them for all the hard work that they've done over the past few years. Like, it was amazing. I know that Darian and Roland are one of my role models, and so is my nephew Andre. In our way, it's so normal to have a 21-year-old auntie. Meanwhile, you're older than she is. So it's pretty awkward sometimes explaining, yeah, this is my nephew. But I'm very happy, and he is one of my role models. I look up to him so much, and as well as Darian and Roland. I know I keep repeating myself, but I'm just getting used to speaking on the mic. It's been such a long time. I know to get to know me a little more, I would like to share a story, one of the stories that I like bringing up. Normally, I would have my mother here with me, but she was not able to be here with me today, so I had to get my father to come with me. So it's a new environment. I don't have that person like my mother to like talk me up and say, "You got this, my baby. You got this, my girl." Instead, I have my dad in the back just looking straight like. So I kind of needed that little motivation, but I had to talk to Darian, like, I don't know. And then she's like, "You got this." And, I look back at my dad and he's still staring. So it's a little new for me, but I'm still thankful to have one of my parents here with me. The story that I like to share, it comes down from what I've heard about the story. And the story is when my mother was pregnant with me, into her last trimester of her pregnancy, she had to have surgery. And she had to get her appendix removed while she was still pregnant with me. And for some odd reason, the doctor told my mom and dad and said, "During this surgery, if anything was to go wrong, who would you want to save, you or your child?" My dad, of course, cried. My mom, so strong as she was, had to make that decision of her own life versus her child's. My mom told my dad, "No matter what, you take care of our baby." And the courage and strength that my mother had during that time, it amazes me. And just before they were prepping her for surgery, for some odd reason, I kind of moved in her stomach and stayed on one of her sides while they did the operation on the other side. And I stayed like that through the whole operation. And when it came to time for my mom to be stapled, after her surgery, my mother got an infection where she couldn't eat, she couldn't feed the baby that was growing inside her. Meanwhile, she still had to feed herself and build that strength because in the next month or a few weeks, she's gonna have her child. So it was more of a life and death risk at that point. And my mother fought through it, and I know my mom calls me a little jerk sometimes, but I kicked that infection out. All you heard was, "Oh, yeah." And she was okay. She got better. She got IV and everything. So at the same time, I gave my mom pain there, but we also saved each other's lives from her decision for staying strong. And then also when I kicked that infection out, it's so like graphic to try and explain, but trust me, this is what I love to tell because both my mom and I are here today, some of which we are both stronger than ever. I'm very thankful to have my biggest supporters, my parents, my friends, my family. When I decided to run for Miss FSIN, it wasn't my decision to run. In fact, I wasn't going to run. It was always a dream of mine since one of my friends became Miss FSIN, but I didn't think I was actually going to run. When the time came, it was like maybe a week before the powwow, and they said deadline to apply. And I was like, well, that's too bad. And then one of my friends, the one I ran with again at the Youth Legislative Assembly back in 2018, she's like, "You should run, just do it. I believe in you." And she was encouraging me. And I was like, well, I'm not going to run for me, but I'll run for you. And I was like, "I'll do this for you, bro. I got you." And so I winged it when I went to the FSIN conference. There was 3 of us. And when we went to the powwow, all of a sudden when we got there that Friday, okay, we're doing a modeling gig. And I'm like, huh? Modeling? It's like, sure, I guess I can stretch myself. What do you want me to do? And then they said, okay, you're going to be modeling ribbon skirts. And I was like, okay. So I treated it as I was going down the runway. I was just staying confident. I was like, well, I'm here for a good time, I guess. It doesn't matter if I win or lose. I'm going home smiling. So I went out and I was just doing whatever I could. I was modeling to the best of my ability, no experience whatsoever, just a smile on my face. And I got to meet a lot of good people during that time. And on Saturday, we had to do our speeches, our interviews. And I was like, well, I guess I could wing it. I got this. And then I went to go see the few elders. I shook their hands. I was like, do you have any advice for me? I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not sure what I want to do with my life yet. And they said, if you believe in yourself, you'll make it. Always encourage yourself no matter what you do. You have to be the one that does these things for yourself. You have to believe in yourself. So I was like, okay. When we went for the interview, I was so nervous. I was just sitting on my chair like, oh my gosh, okay. And then I think I stared at Darian that whole time because she was doing the interviews too. So I stared at her the whole time. I was like answering her questions. I was like, yeah, this is what I do. All right. And during the speeches, I didn't rehearse. I didn't write anything down. I just said, if I'm going to go there, I'm going to speak from the heart. And that's what I did. And from there, that's when I learned I'm never going to read off of paper when I speak. I'm going to speak from what comes to me. And that is also one of the gifts that I was given from my late grandfather. And I think Andre and I can both share that experience that my late grandfather, his name was Elijah Bear. And I'll tell you another story after this, but he was loud. He didn't even need a mic. Like he just was loud. I know the stories that my mother said because he was also an MC. He used to embarrass my aunties, my mom, my uncle. He'll just yell, "Get over here, get in the car, it's time to go." Stuff like that. He was just a loud man, but he spoke with such passion and he really knew what he was talking about. He was able to teach a lot of people in his time. I myself, I've never been able to meet him, but the stories I hear about him, I'm really thankful to have the people that I know that have known him and are able to pass down those teachings and everything that they have to say about my late grandfather. And now with the story of my name, I am named after my late grandfather, Elijah. You just dropped the J and put an L. And I know most of you are going to laugh at me for this, but the year 2000, the band office, the year 2000, they're the ones who named me Lila. So I was named by the band office of Little Pie. Like I swear there was two coworkers that knew that my mom was pregnant with me, my auntie and one of her good friends, and they were the ones who named me Elila. So now whenever I have the chance to tell my story, I was named after my grandfather, but the band office was the one who gave me the name Elila. So I really do thank them. They're pretty deadly if you ask me. And I know for my name, for it being a tongue tie, usually at powwows when I go, I have to go sit with the MCs for 15 minutes just trying to pronounce my name. I know Sheldon Whitney still knows every single time I see Elila, I got it. Elila Napatchit, okay, I got this. And he still mispronounces my name. But either way, it's a good experience, and I'm very thankful that I've had these 3 years of Miss FSIN. It's a lot of work and a lot of responsibility, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I love what I do. It is the most encouraging and rewarding job I have had. It's being able to sit down and talk with the youth and hear what they have to say. And for all of you here that are running, the candidates, I would like everyone to give them a round of applause because it takes lots of work, and I'm very proud of all of you. You guys are I am proud of your courage and bravery to put your name forward, because as a youth, that is very difficult to do. Being able to raise your voice and speak for our people, for our communities. I know I've been a princess for a while now, I think 6 years, like with my Makla Sagaigan crown and my Miss FSIN. it's been a long time. I don't think if I go into grand entry, I wouldn't know how to just like, walk around with everyone else. I'm so used to standing in the middle doing my princess wave. So now when it's time where I hand down the title, I'm going to be like, oh no, this is going to be awkward. I got to go stand with the junior adults now. I don't think I remember the formation of the grand entry anymore, but it's going to be an experience. And this whole year, I'm mostly going to be focusing on powwows and round dances and just being with our people, because this is my last year of Miss FSIN, and it's rewarding, that's for sure, but you also learn a lot. And I'm also learning who I am as a person with holding this title, because no matter where I go, I always get words of encouragement, advice. I always learn something new every single day. I never stop learning, actually. And the reason why I do these things, it's never for myself. It's for our people. It's for my friends, my family, those who are unable to speak for themselves. I will go and sit and I will hope, if you have any concerns, I'll speak for you. I will be there for you as a friend. Family, I know over the years I've been adopted by so many families. I'm just so thankful, because, being an only child too, and having, my dad, having my brother and sister, but being the only child, how I was raised alone, and now being at the Power Circle, being able to see my adopted family as I have now. I think I want to say around 20 plus siblings, and every time I see them, I just have like the really big smile, because now it feels like I'm not alone. I have my family, friends, and meeting new people every day. It's always so wonderful. Even though I'm a bit antisocial right now, it's just being in this crowd, I feel at home. Being able to speak on the mic, it feels good. And I do thank you all for listening to me. It's a wonderful experience. And if I can leave you all with one thing, it's never stop believing in yourself. Always believe in yourself. If you are a parent or caregiver in this room, always encourage your kids. Tell them you love them every single day. And in fact, what I want everyone to do is look from your left, and I'll look to your right, and I want you to shake their hand and say, introduce yourself and say, I'm thankful that you are here.
Oh, I love you. You're doing so amazing. My goodness. It's good.
So the reason why I wanted to do this is because I wanted to hear the laughter, the smiles. It's been a little too quiet this morning, and I wanted you all to get a bit of, I just wanted to hear a little bit of laughter and smiling. I wanted you all to be comfortable with your surroundings, because we're all family here. We're all relatives and friends. This place is all about meeting new people and making friendships and building new relationships with others. It's all about exploring who you are and who others are. It's always good to, be comfortable and talk to one another, because I had to learn that a while from living alone to all of a sudden, being Miss FSIN, where you have to talk, you have to be smiles, you have to go say hello to everyone, which I am actually happy about that. I'm glad that I have a good smile now. Before, I used to have a real deadly resting girl face. Like I couldn't even, I swear, even this morning, Cadmus was like, holy, you just have that real rank bingo stare. And I'm here like, no, I'm just blind. I'm sorry. Or my eyelashes are too big. I was like, but I'm looking for someone. But I swear, I'm blind, guys. I can't see far, but Cadmus really made me laugh this morning. Holy, real deadly bingo stare, just scanning the room. But I do thank Cadmus for that, and saying hello. I really do appreciate Cadmus. He's a very good role model, and for him to acknowledge the youth as he does, I applaud him, because it is very difficult when you're a young person and you would like to be acknowledged. Acknowledge our young people. We are the future generations. We're the ones that are going to be leading us in the future, and already there's going to be a next generation after me, and then they're going to be leading us. It's all about change and trying to build our youth, trying to encourage our youth. So never stop believing in our youth. Always encourage them. Say you're there for them. Be that ear, that shoulder for them when they need someone. and always acknowledge our youth. Say hello. Make sure that they are known in your world. Make sure that you say hello. Make sure you say you love them. So with that, I just wanted to leave you all with that. So mio kisakanse, kisaki tinawao, hi hi.
What do you want?
For those of you who couldn't see, Andre was down there worshiping her. Thank you for that, Andre. I want to, first of all, acknowledge some of our females in the audience, our outgoing or our reigning royalty, Miss Alaya Napachit, our, I said it wrong, our, I guess our outgoing youth council rep, Darian. And I also want to acknowledge Ali again. Did you notice the one thing that these three ladies have in common? It's their hair. And my grandfather used to tell me, if you have long hair, that tells how strong your spirit is. And some of our gifted people, some of our gifted elders can look at your hair and they can tell when you were good, but they can also tell when you were bad. And that in itself lends to the spirit of our people. When you have long hair, it talks about the strength and how strong you are as a person and how strong you can be spiritually. And so I want to acknowledge those female folks for their long hair, because it takes a lot of work to look after long hair. I know, because I've had long hair all my life. And I know how hard it is to look after your hair, especially when you don't know how to braid your own hair. You have to run around and look for someone to help you with that. And it takes my grandfather used to say, you're not a real man until you can braid your own hair. And you're not a real woman unless you have long hair, because that's the strength of our people. The spirit of our people is within our hair. That's why we have long hair. So I thank you, ladies. I commend you for wearing your hair in that way. Look, at somebody lost a shirt. If you don't come and claim it, Andre is going to have it. Come and claim your shirt. There's a missing shirt. I don't know who's running around out there with no shirt, but your shirt's up here. Come and get it. Moving along on our agenda, the next speaker that we want to call forward is the president of the Indigenous Bars Association. He hails from Muskeg Lake First Nation, Mr. Drew LaFond.
Danse, mitone mio kexepayo, kakio nitsone kegwan dotamak, Drew LaFond, Nitsigasu, and Muskeg Lake, Otsinia. I'd like to thank Chief Darcy Bear, Vice Chief Allison Bear for inviting me to speak today. And I'm extraordinarily humbled to be present here today on the Whitecap Dakota First Nations Reserve lands. This is an incredible opportunity, and this is the first time I've ever attended the FSIN Youth Assembly. Many of you are probably wondering who I am, why I was invited to speak before you today. I'm currently serving as the president of the Indigenous Bar Association. And for those of you who don't know, the Indigenous Bar Association is an organization that represents all of the Indigenous lawyers, judges, law professors, and law students across Canada. So I represent the better part of about 400 individuals, all of whom are involved in the legal capacity or spheres across Canada. Our membership includes some pretty prominent members like Justice Marie Sinclair and the notable academic John Burroughs. We have several members who currently serve as MPs or members of parliament. And we have individuals who are continuing to serve or are retired judges across Canada. And a lot of the experience that I've had in that role has been as a lawyer, as a representative, and advocating for the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples across Canada. But I'd say probably the most humbling experience that I've endured during my time as president is that we have a lot of very strong Indigenous women within our organization, and you really do gain an appreciation for the importance that Indigenous women play within organizations and within our communities when you serve in this type of a role. Because I like to joke around from time to time that anytime that I get a little bit out of a line or I say something that's not entirely appropriate, I always get bannock slapped by some of the strongest Indigenous women in the country. So if I say something offline, I have somebody like Jody Wilson, Ray Bould, calling me or emailing me almost immediately saying, well, Drew, you screwed up. So it's really something that's a humbling experience. And when I get invited to these types of events to speak to the youth, I find it to be one of the most difficult experiences for me because I think back to the time when I was your age, and I'm trying to put myself in your shoes when I was attending these types of events. And when I time travel or put myself back into that place, the problem that I have is that when I was in your position, I was fairly arrogant. I couldn't have been told anything. I couldn't have been, I wasn't prepared to listen. I wasn't in a position where I had suffered through the humilities that I had suffered later on in my life. And that is one of the biggest regrets that I have. Being a younger adult now, I'm going to 39. And the people that I had access to and the knowledge and the wisdom that was out there when I was 18 years old no longer exists anymore. A lot of those people have passed on. A lot of those people are no longer with us. And that's one of the biggest problems that I have right now is looking back and really regretting when I was in your position, not taking advantage of a lot of the people that I had access to at that time as elders and knowledge keepers. And so when I look at you today, there's a couple messages that I would like to pass on. And the first is, please do not hesitate to reach out to your knowledge keepers. People like Chief Darcy Bear, Chief Cadmus, myself, we're always open to speak to the youth. We know you guys are the future, and we know you guys are going to be building our communities after we're long gone. The work that I'm performing right now as a lawyer, as an advocate, and as the president of the IBA, this is only going to be temporary, and this work isn't going to be around forever unless you guys are there to pick up the torch at some point. So we do have a vested interest in making sure that you guys, as youth, carry forward that legacy. So don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. Please approach people. Do it with an open heart and an open mind, and we'll return the favor back to you guys. So just to give you a brief story about who I am, my experience, because I really don't have anything to offer to you guys, especially those who are running for the election. I don't have anything to offer today other than my experience and my perspectives, and anything other than that, I think I'd be full of shit. So we'll get right into it. I grew up on the Muskeg Lake Cree Nation Reserve. I grew up, it's about an hour north of Saskatoon for those of you who don't know where it is. We're members of Treaty 6. On my mom's side, we're descendants of the Simp First Nation, which is in Secwepemc territory in Kamloops in BC. We also have ties to the Tunaha tribe, which is the Akiskanook, the Akam, Lower Kootenai, and Tobacco Plains First Nations located near Cranbrook. So my genealogy, my history comes from a broad background of both Treaty 6 and non-treaty First Nations across Canada. I've had to reach out to relatives all across Western Canada just to keep our family ties together. But growing up was primarily on Muskeg Lake Cree Nation. And when I grew up, we grew up as farmers. We ran a farm with 100 cattle, had about 5,000 acres under cultivation. And growing up, I wanted to be a farmer. I still want to be a farmer. When I'm retired, I'm going to go back, and that's what I'm going to do. But growing up, there were no days off. You didn't get to take any days. There was always something to do. There was always a chore. There was always a task that you had to do, and you weren't allowed to drag your heels because, again, the Indigenous women located in the community around the farm looked for people who were lazy, and they immediately go up behind you and smacked you in the back of the head and made sure that you were aware of it. And so growing up, it was certainly something that I wanted to do, and that's how I saw myself serving my community. That's how I saw myself being a part or a member of Muskeg. But as we know, life has different plans for people. And it was when I was around, well, 16, 17, 18. Again, very rambunctious. A lot of anger towards a lot of the things that I was seeing in Saskatchewan. And one of the main things that had happened when I was a younger individual was that we were made aware, what had been exposed, what everybody already knew, but what we were exposed to in the media was the Starlight Tour. So everybody knows now what these are. A lot of people didn't know what they were back then. But the Starlight Tours involved the police services essentially as a mode of punishment. We're taking Indigenous youth, driving them outside of town to the power plant, dropping them off at the Queen Elizabeth and making them walk back into town instead of taking them to the drunk tank or instead of arresting them or detaining them. Now, the result of this was that a lot of individuals had died, Neil Stonechild included. Now, as a 17-year-old, as a youth, that's really something that struck me at a visceral level. It's something that hurt me. And as an on-reserve farmer, my ability to do anything about it was pretty limited. But I saw individuals like one of our members at the Indigenous Bar Association, a local lawyer named Don Worm back then, became heavily involved with the investigation of the police on the Starlight Tours. Another member of my family, Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon, was a judge at the time. She was also involved in these proceedings, and I was able to watch them. I was able to see them in action on TV. Some of it was on TV, some of it was in public hearings, but I was able to see these individuals challenge the existing legal system, stand up to the police commission, stand up to the mayor, stand up to city council, be able to approach their politicians with a straight face, use the law, use their own words against them. And I saw that the power that that carried, I saw the influence that that had and the ability to make change and stand up for our people to ensure that a Starlight Tour would never occur again in Saskatoon. And I was inspired at that time. Again, you couldn't have told me anything. I was extraordinarily angry at that time, but that inspired me. And I knew exactly at that point what I wanted to do. I kind of knew how to get there, but at that point, I charted my path at that stage. And where that led me was essentially all over Western Canada. I've been extraordinarily fortunate as a lawyer because there was a strange twist of fate, which I think a lot of the youth here are familiar with. In and around the time that I had finished my first degree in university, I was looking for law schools to go to. I had applied to all of them. I got into all of them, fortunately. And I had my pick of the litter about which one I wanted to go to. I really did want to stay at University of Saskatchewan. I had a lot of family ties here. But it was the internal divisions. And this is something that a message that I'll continue to talk to the people who are up for election here. But the lateral violence, and I think everybody here knows it. We've all experienced it. We all know what it is. There was a breakdown in our community in and around that time. There was a visceral hatred towards each other. There was a jealousy, there was envy, there was corrosive behavior and this toxicity around the reserve that was really breaking our community apart. We didn't have the ability to reach a consensus. Ordinary band meetings turned into shouting matches. Everybody was pointing fingers at everybody for financial misappropriation, theft. It really wasn't a good place to be at the time. In and around that time, it was my mother's community who reached out to me and said, you should come to BC. You should come to British Columbia and you should get out of that, get out of the realm of lateral violence for a time. Come and work with our people and see if that helps you, see if that's of any benefit to you. So I went to the University of Victoria, and that's where I ended up getting my law degree. Right after the University of Victoria, I got pulled into an organization called the First Nations Legal Clinic in the downtown east side in Vancouver. And if any of you have been there, it's on the corner of Main and Hastings, which is pretty much the epicenter of the poorest postal code in all of Western Canada. And that's the area where you can see things, you can see experiences which you'll never want anyone in your community, your family to experience. Working as a lawyer in the downtown east side for people who are struggling with drug addiction, and I say that as a coined phrase, but drug addiction means all kinds of different things. We all know this, but in that particular area, at that time, methamphetamines, heroin, HIV, hepatitis were rampant throughout the downtown east side. And these were issues that as a lawyer, you were expected to help with and respond to and ensure that they weren't being taken advantage of in Vancouver. And that I'll never trade that experience in for anything in the world, but as a lawyer, it's extraordinarily taxing on you. And it was around that time when I was approached by a judge now in Saskatchewan. His name's Brian Barrington Foote. And at that time in my head, after going to law school and after having experienced what I experienced in the downtown east side, I kind of thought at that time that doing what Don Worm had done, doing the work that Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon had done, being a judge, working in the criminal justice system, that was what I wanted to do. But the judge reached out to me and he said, what do you know about developments? What do you know about partnerships? And what do you know about building projects? And I said, well, nothing really. I did an undergrad in business, but for the most part, I don't have any experience in that type of law. And he said, this is going to be the biggest area of the law for the next 20 years. And if you're interested, there's a place for you in it. So I don't know. What I didn't know is these developments, when you're talking about casinos and hotels and golf courses and joint ventures and oil and gas development, renewable energy, sustainable projects like solar power, wind, energy, those types of things. I knew that they were projects, but what I didn't know was that all of those projects need lawyers to help negotiate things like contracts and deals and how the money flows. I got myself into this situation about 13 years ago with a firm. And shortly thereafter, I was launched into a world which I found extraordinarily exhilarating. It was something that gave me the opportunity to work with different First Nations. So I worked on the largest on-reserve business deal in the history of Canada, about $1 billion in Sutena, just south of Calgary. I had the ability to present before the Alberta Court of Appeal with respect to the rights of the Blackfoot tribes in southern Alberta. I had the ability to work in the Yukon with the self-governing First Nations up there, talking about their mining deals and their ability to participate in the economy. And I now have the ability to work in downtown Vancouver, not in the downtown east side, but we're working for the tribes, for the Stolo tribes, to build the largest on-reserve real estate development that Canada has ever seen, entirely driven by First Nations. So this is something that when I was doing all of this work, it certainly was something I was fortunate to do it. I got to see the best part about the Indigenous communities, which wasn't lateral violence. It wasn't anything to do with the toxicity of these types of the issues that we deal with as young people. But I got to see the benefit of communities who decided to work together, who took the progressive step forward and said, we're going to cut this off at this generation. We're going to be the first generation to think about things differently, think about doing business differently. We're going to be the ones to change the path that our ancestors put us on. And these types of things, these fundamental shifts, I can't overstate how important they are and the things that are possible. Like I said, if you go down to Sutena in Calgary and you're able to watch what they're doing there, it's nothing short of amazing. There's $1 billion there. Any single member of Sutena who wants an opportunity to work in any industry that they'd like to work in has that opportunity. They have a $60 million recreational facility there that's now home to some of the best sports events in the province. Calgary Hitmen practice out of it. I mean, these are things that are incredible opportunities. So one of the reasons why, again, and this is to the leaders who are going to be running in the election today, but while I was working out in Alberta, British Columbia, in the Yukon, and Ottawa, I had a lot of people continue to ask me, because I had done a lot of this stuff before I turned 30. So I got to the point where people started saying, well, you got a long career ahead of you. What are you going to do? Like, you've already presented before the House of Commons and the Senate, and you've worked on these large projects. Like, what are you going to continue to do? And back then my thought process was, well, I mean, I'm just going to keep doing what I do. I'm a lawyer. That's just my trade. But a lot of the people, particularly elders within the community, had said, you have a little bit more to offer than what you're offering right now. It's great that you're a lawyer. It's fantastic that you're bringing skills to the table, which a lot of our Indigenous people don't have. But you've got to start thinking about the long term and where you want to be. And it really hit home, because it got to a point where it was repetitive. It did seem, it was very empty working in downtown Vancouver. I mean, we had a building right on West Georgia, right on the water. We were on the top floor of fancy office building, and working there over and over again, working in downtown Calgary. it really started to wear on me to the point where I was like, this is pretty repetitive and I don't feel like I'm making the impact that Indigenous peoples need. And it was the leaders back home. My heart was always back in Muskeg Lake. My heart was always back home. And it was the leaders back there, including my chief, including our current council members and our elders, who reached out to me and said, why aren't you back home more often? Why don't you spend more time here? Why aren't you on the farm? And so I did. I spent more time back home, started working with more people my age, and it really was rewarding, and it's great to be back home. It's great to be surrounded by family. It's great to be surrounded by my community. And for a lot of you out there as youth, I don't want to discourage you from going out and pursuing opportunities off of your reserve. I want you guys to go out. I want you guys to see the world. There's a lot of beautiful things happening out there right now, a lot of differences in technology that are being made, but I want you guys to experience all of that. But what I don't want you to do is to forget where you're from and forget that you have so much more to offer back to your communities as Indigenous people. There are generations that came before us. You guys are the generation that are coming after us. You have to continue that narrative. You have to continue to contribute back to your community, because we're all we have at the end of the day. And that's certainly an experience that I'm going through right now, which is continuing to work with the people that I grew up with. And I want you guys to really understand that as leaders, is that the lateral violence is what drove me away. But it was the communal work, being prepared to work together. It was the people who were prepared to build bridges that brought me back and helped me think that there was a better way to move forward as Indigenous people. So as leaders, that's my challenge to you. Those who are running in the election, you know firsthand, I know everybody who's an Indigenous person knows firsthand what the impacts of the lateral violence within our communities is. Your job is to overcome that. Your job is to understand why we act the way we do towards each other. We're Indigenous people are our own biggest critics. Why do we act that way towards each other? And learn to overcome that, learn to try to find ways to make that an unattractive position to take, and start working within your communities to build bridges. So that's one message. The last thing I would like to close off with today is where we're going now, where I'm going now, and where I would like to see young people in the future go. And being back home, working with my community, like I said, it's been an incredible experience. I still maintain connections with all of the clients that I work with across Western Canada, and I'm still continuing to learn more and more from them, and that's fantastic. I can give you some insight as to what the IBA sees on the horizon. As a national organization, we've had a direct line into parliamentarians, into the judiciary, into lawyers, to figure out where we're going. What's the future for Indigenous people? And we're before a really energetic group here today, and I want to make sure that you guys keep the momentum forward in the work that we're currently doing in your lifetime. You may not know what it is. There's been mentioned a couple times in the past, but in your lifetime, I'm positive that the Indian Act will dissolve. The end of the Indian Act will be experienced during your lifetime, and it's something that you have the ability to abolish. We're taking steps to dismantle it right now, but it's extraordinarily difficult to dissolve and unwind 140 years of colonialism, and we're learning that now. It may not be my lifetime. I'm going to continue to plant the seeds that are needed to make sure that the Indian Act is no longer around when you guys and your children and your grandchildren are alive. But that's something that I want to put on your plate. Again, another challenge to the leaders out there. Let's get rid of the Indian Act. This thing has been it's a bane to our existence. It's something that's been troubling our people since the beginning of the time. It's responsible for the most horrendous crimes against our people. The unmarked graves at the residential schools, the individuals who had to suffer through the 60s coup, the missing and murdered Indigenous women out there, including the people who within my own family suffered at the hands of residential schools or foster families or people who were in care. All of those systems were born out of a colonial legacy that's still alive today. You can go online and you can read the Indian Act, and it's a deplorable piece of legislation that shouldn't exist anymore, yet it does. You guys can make it go away. You guys are in a position to eliminate that, and I hope that you do. I hope that you do. So that's it today. Have fun. Oh, yeah, that's the last thing. Have fun. Just continue to have fun. Don't forget how to play. And I can only emphasize this. When I was working, I've been at this job. It's a very busy job. You may have heard from others. Being a lawyer is extraordinarily busy. There were 8 years there where I was working 6 days a week, about 12 hours a day, just dedicated exclusively to building up my skills and my trade. That's all I wanted to do was be a good lawyer, but it does take a lot of sacrifice and a lot of time. But even through those times where I was working around the clock, the only thing that kept me going, the only thing that helped me deal with some of the obstacles that I was facing in and around that time are you got to play. You got to learn to have fun. You can't forget how to be young. You guys are at that stage where you're taking it for granted, but when you're my age, you've got to fight. You got to make time to be young. So that's something that you should continue. And the last point I want to raise is just with respect to substances, alcohol, drugs, those types of things, which continue to plague, again, our communities. Again, as a young person, you couldn't have told me anything. I was in every bar, I was in every party. I tried to make sure that I was at every event. I had to be somewhere. But by the time you got to my age, one of the most devastating things that you realize as a 39-year-old is that the people that I went to school with and grew up with, they're all dead. They're dead, like either from alcoholism, drug abuse itself, or the long-term effects of drug abuse, which ultimately led to something like suicide or car accidents or something of that nature. You guys are young now. You guys are right at the point in your life where you get to make these types of decisions regarding your habits. If somebody told me this when I was 18, again, I know I wouldn't have listened. But again, at the beginning, I had access to knowledge. People told me this when I was younger and I didn't listen. A lot of the people my age didn't listen. A lot of them aren't with us anymore. I just want you guys to be aware of that and do what you can. Take steps, just be cognizant, be aware, and do what you can. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you to our president of the Indigenous Bar Association, Drew Lafon. Next, we're going to have Vice Chief of the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, Allison Baer. Our polls are ready to open, so if you have youth out there, please bring them in. We're going to start the speeches and voting very soon.
Thank you, Andre. That's like what I came up here to say. No. It's just not. Well, there's more to it, but I don't want to continue to take any more time. We want to get to our youth speeches and why we're here. But first and foremost, I want to give thanks to those that lifted the pipe this morning. I want to give thanks to our creator. I want to give thanks to our drummers and our drum group. And all our dignitaries that showed up here today to, deliver their messages and deliver their speeches. And like Chief Bear, he's my father. Chief Cadmus Delorme, he's a mentor to me in my life. And Drew Lafond has been a mentor to me in my life. And, having Miss FSIN come up here and share her story with you before you guys come up here to share. I know that public speaking, I know that quite a few of you might feel nervous. And, if you fumble your words, that's okay. That happens, that's natural. We're all here to learn. And this youth ledge assembly is to learn. And so, don't feel bad. Don't get down on yourself. Even if you're speaking and you get emotional, I'm a crier. I have cried during many of my speeches, and it's okay. We're human beings. And I think that's the point and the main takeaway of this entire conference and all the speeches and all the speakers and everybody that you listen to is that we are human. We're not perfect. Nobody is perfect. We cannot be perfect, but we can do our best. And that's what we do. We continue to do our best to honor our nations, to honor our grandparents, our cookums, our mushrooms, our ancestors, who have endured a genocide, who have endured, these ongoing discrimination and residential schools. We're here to continue that work, and we're here to honor them. And as we've heard, there's a lot on our plate. There is a lot on our plate. And I need you. We need you. Our nations need you. I'm very, very grateful to have been able to be in this role that I'm in right now. It's a lot of work. It takes self-discipline. And that self-discipline comes from our lessons that we learn in ceremony. And it comes from the real laws that come from the land. We governed ourselves since time immemorial. We had communities that were self-sustained, self-sufficient communities prior to European contact. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to reawaken what we already have inside of us that's in our blood. And I want to give thanks to those that really have been here for me, like Andre, and he's our prior FSIN youth rep, and he's such an amazing leader, a role model in our community and for our nations. And, he's been here every single day with me and helping put this together, running around. Oh my God, we're behind on this. We got to do this. Like it is pretty crazy behind the scenes, but I'm looking to you to help support us. Our 2 new youth reps, I'm looking to you to help support us, to continue to help rebuild our nations with the answers that we already have, and look to those as our elders and our older and our parents and our grandparents and also our young ones. That's who we do it for. As a mother, that's who we do it for. As those little ones. You all probably have nieces and nephews that look up to you. We want to show them a good path forward. We want to show them to be strong and to be proud and to have self-respect, because if you don't respect yourself, you can't respect anybody else around you. So that's really important. That's one of our main values as Indigenous peoples, is respect and love, and so I'm very, very excited for these 2 new youth reps today that are going to be voted in. We have a lot of work to do. And I'm going to be here to help you. I'm going to be here to mentor you. And that's what we need. We need mentorship. So I'm supposed to make an announcement, and just very, very quickly. So I had my very first Chiefs in Assembly. And as a young woman, it was very intimidating to go in front of our 74 chiefs of our 74 nations and sit at the front with all of these vice chiefs and Chief Cameron as a young woman. That was a pretty intimidating experience. And thank you. So I brought forward a few resolutions. I could only do so many, and I can only do so much, and that's why I need you and I need our youth to step up and help support. But one of these new resolutions that I brought forward is for a new FSIN Youth Association. And I've been having discussions with other Indigenous nations, such as the Maori, and they have a youth leadership academy. And I'm looking to model it in something that they have, and they want to have an exchange program with our youth too, out in New Zealand there. And I think that would be very, very enriching for our youth to have those connections. As my dad, Chief Bear, was speaking about alliances, and that goes across borders. That doesn't just mean right here. We have, we need to continue to build that collective sovereignty, and with other nations that are already doing amazing things like the Maori as well. But us too, we have a lot that they have to learn from us, and they're interested to come here and share from our culture. So this FSIN Youth Leadership Academy or FSIN Youth Association, these 2 newly elected today, they're going to be the ones that are going to lead this association. And every one of you, whether you get voted in or you don't today, you can be a part of that association. We need some more roles, and we need some more spaces for our youth who want to be in leadership. And so that's what I want to do. I want to try to create more space for our youth who want to step up and be there. And, no matter what happens today, whether you win or you lose, you have put your name forward. And that is huge enough as it is. And I want to congratulate you on that. So I'm very honored, and I'm very, very proud of each of you. I just see all of you out there, campaigning, and you have your little posters and everything. I'm just like, oh my God, this is very exciting. And it hasn't happened since 2018. So I know our current youth reps are very excited for you, and probably ready to pass the role on now, pass the torch, and that's what it's about. I want to give a shout out to Deely Charette, Claudette Cashane, and Cheryl Thomas, who have been, really, really supportive for me in this entire Youth Ledge Assembly. Our partnership with Standing Buffalo and FHQ, we're very grateful. But with that, I'm going to bring Loretta Pete up here. You know, as we had our Indigenous lawyer too, Drew Lafont, Loretta's another one of our lawyers here. You know, our Indigenous lawyers, as we continue to fight against colonialism and the Indian Act and dismantle the doctrine of discovery. We need we have future lawyer Darian Lonechild here and Andre, who just graduated from law school. Let's give a round of applause for Andre. That is not an easy thing to do. And I am just very proud of you. And I look forward to, the work that we have to do together. I just want to let you know that you are loved. And let's have a good day. Good luck to you guys. I'm very excited.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is a very good day. I really love this kind of work. I've done this only for 15 years so far. All right. So we have an agenda that needs to be modified. We ran over time this morning. So I'm going to be asking the young people to really be efficient, okay? And I'm going to, for starters, I guess I just want to remind people there are certain rules that you have to follow when you're going to be nominated or when you're going to be running as a candidate. So one of the things I want to remind the Assembly is that these people that are candidates are people who are young people, and they have to be from, of course, Saskatchewan. They have to be ages 15 to 24, and they have to be chosen based on their accomplishment. So I needed a letter of support from their community, which I did. And then we also included that they must have a positive lifestyle, and they must also have 2 pieces of identification given to me. So most of you gave me that information. Also you have to have people that believe in you, young people that believe in you to nominate you and second you. So that's sort of the procedure today is you have declared your intention. Now, to make it formal, to actually be a candidate, you have to be nominated and seconded in assembly here. It shows the people that you are going to be running as a candidate. So this morning, I'm going to read the names of the people for the purposes of efficiency because they're going to be alphabetized on the ballot. So I'm going to ask you to get ready, candidates. Get your nominator ready, get your seconder ready. Your nominator will come up here with you and they will speak, in favor of you, of course, for 3 minutes. They don't have to use the 3 minutes. And then they will have the candidate themselves will have to accept the nomination, and then they will speak for 5 minutes. Keep in mind, you don't have to use the full 5 minutes, okay? But you can use it, no problem, okay? So right now, we need to remind you that, as I said, you have to be nominated in public here, and I'm going to now read the name of the people who have declared their intention. Okay, so also there's 2 people sitting over here. If you are speaking, they're going to be timing you, and once you get you're through, you'll get a warning, 1 minute warning, and then he'll wave it. So keep your periphery vision sort of sharp there, so you'll know that he is giving you a warning, 1 minute. And also too, I've asked the microphone people to just shut you off at 3 minutes or 5 minutes. So just know that you won't be projecting your voice after that time. Okay, ladies first, of course. First one is Brianna Marie Carter has expressed her intention to run. Keisha Emma Church, next one after that. Jessie Jules Goudry. Storm Kachich Knight, I didn't say her second name. Elizabeth Mackay. Kihiwin Netauhau, Haley Fern Rose, Shonda Simeganis, Akita Wadidika. So you girls know your line, okay? So as I said, I'm trying to be efficient. And then the young men here, we'll be calling Kihio Thunder Gopher, James Simon Hulkett, Brock McLeod Wadidika. So 3 candidates who declared their intention for male rep, okay? So like I said, we are trying to go through your speeches, but relax. Don't We don't want to rush you also, but your speeches come forward, okay? So we'll get Brianna Marie Carter to come up with your nominator, and your seconder has to also stand. In the rules, it says I have to call out 3 times. So first of all, Brianna Marie Carter. Who nominates Brianna Marie Carter? Okay, could you stand up, please? Who nominates Brianna Marie Carter? Stand up, please. Okay, come up here because you will be the one speaking first. And then we need a seconder for her. And there's a lady over there on that table. They're keeping track, making sure you are a voter on the voters list, right? You can't nominate or second if you're not on the voters list. So we got the nominator and the candidate to come up, please. And we have a seconder. Where's the seconder? I didn't see him. I'm sorry. Got to get stronger glasses, I guess.
Come up to the front.
Come to the front, please, because you're going to speak right away. I'm just trying to figure out how it can be more efficient here.
Come on, Amelia. I believe in you.
Okay, come stand front here. Okay, this is Brianna Marie here. Okay. Brianna Marie, Onion Lake First Nation, and the nominator? Amelia, your last name? Amelia Waskowicz. Okay, we've got to find you on the voters list, okay? It's good. And then your seconder, we need a seconder. Okay. Okay, please state your name. Casey? Okay. Casey Chokin is the seconder. Elena, you found her? Yeah, good. Okay, good. So this is the first candidate, and this, to be efficient, I'm going to allow them to now, let's say the speeches right away, and then we'll move on to the next candidate. All right, so Brianna Carter, you have been nominated, so the nominator can speak now for 3 minutes, okay? Okay, time. Go ahead. She gets to speak after, okay?
Okay. Hello, Dante. I'm Amelia Waskowicz from Onion Lake Cree Nation, and I advocate for education and personal self-growth. And I have nominated Brianna Carter for female representative for the FSIN. From my eyes within the community of Indigenous youth on both the city and reserve, I have seen personal struggles with alcohol, drugs, and violence within the community and a lack of purpose in life. And I feel it's up to us as youth again to create that purpose and that spring of inspiration to continue education and to continue going day by day and to find something to be grateful for every day. I feel our youth needs that inspiration of an Indigenous person pursuing education after high school. As an Indigenous two-spirited student going to university to the fall, I advocate for the FSIN youth rep that could show us there's always something behind the door of life, no matter how bleak it is before that door. Brianna is a university student who demonstrated hard work, dedication to her studies, and kindness through various examples of knowing her for a short period. Brianna was a valedictorian in 2021 and showed constant diligence to better herself. I feel she can represent education and purpose for Indigenous youth, advocating for bettering yourself every day, whether it be the littlest change, because aspiring change is what I think we need within Saskatchewan and Canada overall.
Nanaskamin, Anutsgagissagag, Pitagwen Nahapiusko, Nianisigasun, Equa, Witagaskasio Sagagana Hutsinia. I'm very grateful for today and the opportunity to stand in front of you to represent my First Nation. My name is Bitugwen Nahapiusko, and my birth name is Brianna Carter. I'm a proud member of the Anielai Cree Nation from the Treaty 6 territory from both bands of Sigaskuch and Makeo. I apologize for not making myself known earlier to each and every one of you. I love learning, and these presenters that were here, I was captivated by each of their messages. I love to carry on these teachings that I learned from whatever I'm able to, wherever I am. See, so currently I'm finishing my first year at Lakeland College in Lloydminster, Alberta, under the University Transfer Program. I'm continuing my education at Trent University in the fall to pursue a joint major in arts and forensics under the Honors Arts, Forensic Science, and Business Administration in the Mississauga, Anishinaabe territory in Petersburg, Ontario. Let's see. Within my community, I served as both youth counselor and youth chief when our counselor, Fraser Heathen, had presented it to us. I was about 15 at the time. I represented on my First Nation at the FSIN Science Fair that we've been hosting. And from there, I also represented at the National Science Camp in 2019 in Petersburg, which is where I found my calling at being at the university. Also, same year, I also appeared on the show of That's Awesome, produced by APTN. I believe it was season 2, episode 11, in Montreal and Quebec City. As mentioned, I'm a recent graduate student from the former Eagle View High School's Comprehensive High School as the highest grade 12 average and also the valedictorian. My vision is to initiate empowerment of youth to discover their abilities, positive work ethic, and goals. It is with hope that in knowing and understanding who we are as Indigenous people, we take pride in our identity. Once we are comfortable in our own skin, the pride will give us the ability to stand tall and having diversity within whatever we choose. I say this because when I first applied to Trent University, I was told that I was the first forensic student from my reserve. With this reinforcement, we ensure that the protection of the treaties and their inherent responsibilities does not die with our ancestors. At the very young age, I had the mindset of answering who, what, where, why, and how as my Muslim would watch these shows like NCIS and Forensic Files in the evening, and I would just sit and watch. And that's where I developed my love for criminal justice and forensic science, which I am pursuing in the fall. If given the opportunity to represent the youth of our Indigenous nations, my goal is that I can be the voice of the unheard and helping others discover their passions as I once had. I ask for your support to be the representative of the female FSIN youth. What I started in my community at 15, I'm intending to finish when I go back after I finish learning what I am learning and to finish my journey when I return. I thank you for your attention and time. Hi.
Thank you. We'll go on to our next candidate, Kanisha Emma Church. Okay, Kanisha here, your nominator. Yes, you can go back to your seats, and Kanisha, come over here. And the nominator and your seconder? Oh, Casey, you're seconding this one? Okay. Okay. All right. This is the nominator and the seconder over there. You got them? Casey Chokin, right? And Mackenzie Watney. Mackenzie, you're ready to just wait. We got to just find you on the list here. Yeah, good. Okay, Mackenzie, go ahead. 3 minutes you have.
My name is Mackenzie Whitney, and I'm up here to talk about Kenesha Church and why I nominated her as for the FSIN female. She is a well-known person in Flying Dust First Nations community. She likes to work with youth back in Flying Dust. Kenesha is a strong Indigenous woman who wants to build up our youth's confidence and self-esteem in our communities. She has always wanted to help youth find their voices. Please welcome Kenesha Church.
Make sure your mic is pulled up.
Hi, my name is Kenesha Church. I am from Flying Dust First Nation, which is located in Treaty 6 territory. I am a proud Indigenous woman. And growing up, I always wanted to learn more about who I am and what I want to do for my people. As I was younger, I was told by elders that I was special, able to give back to my community. Currently, I'm working with youth in my reserve, able to find who they are, able to give them a voice that they didn't have. As I was learning more about my people and more about my culture, I realized that there was a lot of discrimination against our Indigenous women, which I want to call an end to. I realized it started when the Europeans came to Canada. They realized that our Indigenous women had so much power, and they wanted to take that power away to control who we were and control our population. This led to a lot of discrimination against us women. This have led to us losing our status back then before the billing C-31. We will lose our status if we married a non-Indigenous man. We will lose a piece of who we were. And as we were in residential school, they will separate us from our siblings. As an older sister, when I was separated from my younger brothers and sisters, it was hard. It tore me. I realized this was a way that they destroy our people, destroy our power as we were on this earth, as we were put on here by the Creator, to give our word out, to able to live our ways, to give back to the community, to give back to the world. As our women have been murdered and missing for many years, thousands and thousands of these women have not returned home. I can relate to this because I have aunties, cousins, and people that I knew that have went missing and never returned home. I just hope one day that these women could come home well and able to rest. As these women were our sisters, sorry, I'm just really nervous. These women were our mothers, sisters, aunties, cookums, even cousins. These women are our life givers. They have so much power because they were given to bring life into this world. Me, I want to be able to give back that power, to be able to build up these young Indigenous girls, to be able to tell them that they have these powers, to be able to give their voice out, knowing that they're not just nothing, knowing that there's something and they were put on this earth for a reason. All of our young Indigenous women are there to able to make a change in our lives. I was told by one of my elders that us women, when we were brought into this world, we were told to take care of the land, take care of each other, take care of younger siblings and even our elders, which I believe we should still to this day. As I want to call an end to these murdered Indigenous women and discrimination against our women, this is enough. It's enough to stop all this. As these women are our backbones of our community. They're not just someone. They're not just a prize. They are human beings. These women are everything to us, and we should stand up for it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kanisha. We put a smudge here, and then it would be, just protocol. If you want to smudge before you speak, we would appreciate that. Okay, thank you, and then thank you. So you're on the ballot now. Good luck. Okay, we move on to the next person. We have Storm Kachich Knight. Oh no, sorry, Jesse Goodry. Sorry, Jesse, I flipped one. Jesse Goodry, come forward, please. We have a nominator that will come with you, and your seconder. Oh, where are they? Okay, there we go. Okay, and you're in the seconder, also. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, there's your smudge here. Okay, Jesse, we have a nomination for Jesse from, what's your nomination name? Shonda Semaganis is the nominator, and the seconder? Okay. Morgan Watney. Okay. Morgan Watney. We're just checking, making sure you, so. Okay, so nominator will get 3 minutes, right? And then just wait, I'm just double checking, making sure you're both good. Okay, good stuff. All right, go ahead. 3 minutes you have.
Danse, Nisigasun Shaughnessy Magnus. I am from Little Pine First Nation, and I was asked to nominate Jesse Goodry for FSIN Youth Representative of 2021. At first, I was just sitting in the back over there when I overheard her conversation that she needed someone to nominate her, and being a contestant myself, I just wanted to help her, to help, to be like a supporter for her and for young women, to show them that even though you don't know someone, you can just ask and ask for the situation, and if they need help, help them. Help men, help women, help children, elders, everyone around you, no matter if you don't know them or not. Make yourself known. Women are so powerful. Women are beautiful. Women change things. There are women in our society who make things better for us, who guide us to the brighter path that we should deserve and what we need. There are women who change things. Women who shift things in our society, in the society that we were not allowed to be in years ago. The society that was altered to make us feel that we didn't belong. And as an Indigenous woman, I am 15 years old and I am from Little Pine First Nation. I have felt that way, where I feel like I didn't belong. And I want to change that for our people. And I want to support Jessie for the FSIN contestant as a young woman. And it is very important for us to have a name and to raise awareness on all the stigmas that we have. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
So first and foremost, I would like to thank all of our youth for being here. I think it's such a great thing that we're able to have these conferences, especially after 2 years of not being able to do anything like this. I think it's just amazing. I love the turnout. I love seeing all of our beautiful Indigenous faces here. I love to see it. So bonjour, tanse, hello, my friends. My name is Jessie Gaudry, and I'm from the Big River First Nation, Treaty 6 territory. Throughout my whole life, I've dealt with racism and hardships that I didn't know how to look, or I didn't know how to go through alone. And when I look around, I see that we're all suffering from our own hardships and our own problems. Yeah, some of you are just looking real rough and rusty, but as if as First Nations people and as Métis, we're all very spiritual beings, and through teachings that I've learned that we're all one, and when one of us is hurting, all of us is hurting. And in my experience as a Native youth, I've seen my peers struggle so much with their mental health issues and drug-related issues, and this has obviously become more apparent in the past couple of years. And some people turn to drugs and alcohol and even suicide when going through these problems that they're having. They don't know how to cope. And what I'm really passionate about is helping these youth that feel the need to turn to these unhealthy coping mechanisms and really get down to the bottom of why we are feeling this way. And because this is an epidemic that's hitting our youth, and it's hitting us hard. And we as one deal with intergenerational trauma from our past, and this is becoming more apparent that this is a growing issue. And what we don't want to happen is to see our youth become just another statistic. And from what I've seen with my peers personally with drugs and alcohol is that this is a vicious cycle. And I would be putting all my efforts towards breaking this cycle and giving us options and outlets, and making these things more accessible and safe for our children. I think that our youth would benefit greatly with having good, healthy support. And not only that, but having these good, healthy, respectable role models. Having good role models is proven. It's proven to help with addiction, to help with mental health issues, because this is someone we as youth, we can look up to. This is someone we can turn to look for our answers and to support us during these tough times, especially with COVID-19. There's been a spike with mental health issues and drug problems related with our youth, within our youth. And I think that having these knowledge keepers and having these good role models would help our youth and would help us with get through these tough times. And talking with these role models and learning about our culture and tradition is what helped me and many of my peers get through our own personal addictions and mental health issues. Sports programs, leadership programs, and motivational speeches, I think these are all things that we would greatly benefit from, and channeling these negative thoughts into something healthier and positive, such as sports, much like in the case of J.R. LaRose, who gave such a beautiful, empowering speech yesterday. Giving our children accessible and healthy resources that they could turn to when they're having these feelings is something that I'm very passionate about. And having these culture camps to teach our young ones about who they are inside will help them tap into their powers and help them tap into their strength as beautiful Indigenous people. Not only would I be a voice for our youth, but I would also be a listening ear. I would listen to our concerns and hardships, and I would do everything I can, everything in my power to help with our people. In the words of our Uncle Deadly, your deadliness helps with those who don't feel so deadly. Merci pour m'avoir écouté et pour m'avoir donné cette opportunité. Nanas Kumun, thank you so much for listening to me and giving me this opportunity. Hi, hi.
Thank you. And the next candidate here will be Storm Kachich Knight. Okay, Storm, bring your entourage up here, your nominator and your seconder. Okay. After Storm is Elizabeth Mackay. Okay, so you guys get ready after that. As they say in ball terms, you're on deck after this. Okay. Okay. So nominator, come say. Your name? Matthew Bouvier. Okay. Nominator is Matthew Bouvier. Yeah, she needs to find you on the list. Okay. I have a little secret person over keeping an eye. Okay, just a moment. Good. Okay, and your seconder? Your name? Huh? What? Harris? Alexia Harris is the seconder. Alexia Harris. Good. All right. We'll go on now, and we'll get the nominator to speak for 3 minutes maximum, and then of course Storm will speak after that. Go ahead.
Hello. Tanse, my name is Matthew Bouvier. I am from Waterhen Lake Cree Nation Treaty 6 territory. I am nominating Storm because she knows the issues in the urban centers and the issues we face today as young people. She has lived experience in beating addiction and now helps those people who struggle with it now. She is a strong mother. What's the name of this conference? Resilience. And Storm is definitely resilient. Chief Marianne Daywalker Pelche from Okanese, who was the longest serving chief in Canada, said during her recent trip to the Vatican, "What drove me is the children having a better future." This is the same drive Storm has and why she does everything that she does. Not just for her child, but for all Indigenous children, whether you are on or off the reserve, your life matters. Every single one of you matters. Last thing I want to say is if you vote for Storm, you're not voting for ego. You are not voting for pride. You are voting for drive. You are voting for true passion. Hi.
Tansei, I'm Storm Knight. I'm from Soto First Nation, Treaty 6 territory. I work within Saskatoon of the Core Neighborhood Youth Co-op. I sit on boards. I sit on the board of directors with EGADS, and I fight for the youth. I fight for their rights. I fight for their voices to be heard. When I was growing up, I got put in foster care when I was young, and I know what it's like to be trapped. I know what it's like not to be able to speak your voice, and I know what it's like to feel alone with no support system. I want to be that person for you, that support system that can help you be heard. You matter. You deserve to be listened to. Your voice matters. My main motivation for the people is my son. My son gives me motivation. He shows me strength. He tells me little things that teaches me how to be a better mother, how to be a better person. His smile gives me drive to keep going. It gives me hope to see him wear his braid. And that was something I was never able to do when I was growing up. Now my hair is super long. I'm breaking cycles within my family. I'm the first to have my son in my care. He's not in foster care. I am going to be 8. I'm in recovery. I'll be 8 years clean off of meth and cocaine next month. He gives me strength. He gives me perseverance to continue to fight for our people, to fight for our youth. The children are our future. You will lead us. We need to stand by you and listen to your voices. As a mother, I continue to keep breaking cycles for my son, as in teachings, as in raising him, as in standing for him, listening to him. Right now, I'm going to be working within his school. It's very colonized. and they question about his braid, they question about his language. I stood for him, and now they'll be celebrating Aboriginal Day that they've never celebrated before. I'm the first in my family to go to college. I'm the first to be going back. I just got accepted into the Justice Studies program. I want to become a law enforcement officer so I can stand for my people. I'll be the first in my family to be getting into law enforcement. I'm the first a lot in my family for doing all these things. But I do it not just for me or my son, but for the youth, because I believe in a better future for our people. I believe in a bright future for our people. We need to stand by each other and stay strong. Together we are better. Together we are united. We are one as a nation. I sit on the Indigenous Women's Advisory of the Saskatoon Police Service, and I fight for the homeless people. I fight for the youth. I fight for the people struggling in addiction, because I personally know what it's like to come from there and be alone and not have a voice and not have anybody support you. I also sit on the EGADS board, and we motion things for programs. Right now, I'm trying to get more workshops within culture so they have that connection to who they are. They have their identity coming back. I dealt with many life situations that many of us had to deal with. I want to show people that you can overcome barriers in your life. I want to help remove the barriers that many face. I work to help our people, and I work to have their voices heard. I stand with you. As I begin this journey to continue as an advocate for our people, I want to help create a better future for our youth. With your support, I hope to be part of developing the future for us in the next generations to come. Regardless if I get voted in or not, I will still be fighting for you, and I will still stand for you. Hi, hi.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we're moving along. We go to Elizabeth Mackay. Where are you? Where's your group? Elizabeth Mackay, come forward with your nominator and seconder, please. You're what? What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Mackay?
Yeah.
And your nominator?
Second nominator.
You're the nominator?
Second
Okay.
nominator, son's nominator.
Okay, just wait. I need your names. Your first name?
Rainy
Right.
Stonestad.
Rainy
Yeah.
Stonestad?
Yeah.
Okay. Rainy Stonestad is the nominator, and you're the seconder? You're secondary, Storm?
No, she's
Okay.
the nominator. She's the second one.
Oh, nominator is Storm. Okay. Nominator is Storm, Kachich Knight, and then she's the seconder. Okay. Okay, ready? Okay, nominator first. Okay. Nominator, 3 minutes, okay? You just sit down. Elena? Good? Just a moment, okay. We're just double checking for a second. Storm, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, yeah. Yeah.
Hello again, everyone. I'm Storm Knight, and I met Elizabeth in the Aboriginal Policing Preparation Program we took in 2019 together. Me and Elizabeth connected really quick. We both kind of have the same background together, and she helped me with school. When I was in school, my mom passed away. She was an addict my whole life. And Elizabeth took that initiative to support me and help me through school. And, it meant a lot to me to see that someone who I had just met decided to take on that role for me. I see the work that she's done within our community. She has such a strong heart. She's so strong-willed. She recently just had a loss of opiate use, and she stands for that about harm reduction, and it's amazing. We need more of it within Saskatchewan, within Saskatoon. We need more support for those people, and she's one of those people who stand strong and smile and support as many people as she can. She'll be great in this position. I support her all the way. I see her strength, and I see her courage, and I see her perseverance. She's also a young mother of 2, and I see how she nourishes them and loves them and cares for them. And she loves to volunteer and she loves to learn about new education. She's going to law school soon and wants to become a lawyer, and I support her all the way. She'll do amazing, and she'll be a great youth rep if she gets elected. Hi.
I just want to remind Kahiwa and Netauhau, get your entourage together, okay? Be ready after this. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth McKay. I'm from the James Smith Cree Nation, and I'm also from the Rolling River First Nation in Manitoba. I'm part Cree and part Ojibwe. First off, can we give a round of applause to Storm Knight? I am so grateful to call her my friend. I grew up on James Smith, and I had lots of people to support me. I had my mother, I had my father, I had my mom's friend Tiffany. They really pushed me into the community. They pushed me to go to conferences. They pushed me to speak my mind, and they always encouraged me and said that I could do whatever I put my mind to it, and I believed them. Unfortunately, my sister, she grew up in foster care. She grew up on the streets in Saskatoon, and she did not have that encouragement. In December, she passed away from a fentanyl overdose. We are in an opioid crisis. There were 464 opioid deaths in Saskatchewan last year alone. And I really want to be a voice. I really want to advocate for these people that are struggling with addiction, struggling with street life, struggling with all of these things. I wasn't able to save my sister, but I hope that I can save someone else. I don't want any of you to go through what I'm going through and what my brother is going through. So if I'm elected, I plan to bring these tough conversations to the table. I plan to go to each of these communities, and I really want all of you youth to learn naloxone training. Naloxone stops an opioid crisis for like 25 minutes. It buys time for paramedics to get there. And I think each and every one of us needs to know that, needs to learn that training. It's as important as first aid and mental health first aid. And I had the opportunity to talk to so many of you individually and in groups, and how heartbreaking is it that every single one of you told me that you know somebody going through addiction, or you've known somebody that has passed on because of their addiction. And this needs to stop. Drugs are entering our community at such a high rate that I want to be there to support you, support the families, support those that are dealing with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, moving along, we have, what time do we have? What's the time right now? 12:08. I was going to say poll opens at 12:30, but I think we're going to need more time. Just play with me with, with the time here. We're going to gauge it, okay? But we will allow about 15 minutes after we finish the speeches. We got to set up and be ready, okay? So, and the voting will be for 1 hour. So just bear with me on that, okay? Okay, who's the nominator here? And your name? Okay, Riley Delorme. And Xander Delorme is the seconder. Okay, so we have to, good, everybody's good. Okay, nominator, go ahead. We'll have you for 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Riley Delorme, and I would like to introduce Kihiwin Netauhau. Kihiwin graduated from Oskayak High School and is going for her second year of university this September at the U of S. She is passionate about the well-being of our youth's future and utilizing our education and the reawakening of our language. From getting to know Kihiwin, she has a very strong mind as well as outgoing personality. Kihiwan is also very passionate about Indigenous youth and the future they are going to withhold. I am very proud of Kihiwan and everything she has accomplished. She is what we call a true role model in our community. Coming from the Kansas Youth Council co-chair position, you are really being that voice and resilient warrior that youth need. Go make Kansas proud, and we're all rooting for you, from the people who are in this room and to the people who are back home.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, I just want to apologize. I forgot my 3D glasses at home, so you'll see my kukum stare reading this. Tante, my name's Kahiwane Tauhau. My mom's side of the family is from Kansas First Nations, and my dad's side of the family is from Chittick Lake First Nation. My chaplain is the elder Mary Lee. She was the elder at Oskayak High School where I graduated from, like my mother before me. My world was changed when I watched the Colton Boucher documentary with my class, and then when we had to write a letter to his mother. It was then when I chose to walk the path towards law degree, and I realized the Indian Act still impacts our justice system and works against our Indigenous men, women, and youth. We need Indigenous advocates, fighters, and warriors in this field because we should never have to write a letter to a mom mourning the loss of her son and still fighting for his justice because of his identity. I was taught by my kukum, my mushum, my mom and my dad at a young age that education is our new buffalo and that to choose the path and choose this path not only for myself but for those behind me, and that our youth need role models in these areas so they can see that they are able to choose the future they want for themselves and achieve the goals they make. In September, I will be entering into my second year university at the U of S. I'm going to learn my language so that I can introduce myself and pray in a way that my ancestors will understand. My long-term goal is to attend the Indigenous Law program out in Victoria after I finish my degree at the U of S. My hopes for our future and the change I would like to see in our people begin with our women. We are the life bringers, the healers, the ones who carry the next generations. Me and my mom help spread awareness and injustice against our women, and we are a part of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Awareness Movement. Canada should know what has been done to our women and what is still happening today. Throughout this time, I try to share a voice and fight for our mothers, our daughters, and our sisters. I see how they silenced the MMIW issue within Canada, and I see how it has impacted every single one of us in some way. We are beginning to heal this wound within our people and start sharing those voices that never got a chance to speak. Okay. Oh. You guys didn't hear that? Okay. As a youth representative, I'll make sure to hold the FSIN chiefs' feet to the fire, making sure they follow through with the youth incentives swiftly. Oh wait, just go out, okay. Thank you, Andre, Master of Ceremonies. Thank you, the elders and the leaders that paved the way before me. Thank you, Creator, for allowing me to be here today and be raised by my mom and dad and not in residential schools. I'm so blessed for this path I am walking. I'm very grateful and thankful, and good luck to all the candidates. Hi.
Okay, thank you. We moving along now. We go. Okay, moving along. We go to Haley Fern Rose. Haley. Oh, Haley, where are you? Okay, there they come. Okay. There's so much there. Okay, nominator. And second. Okay. Over here. On this side, okay? Here, nominator. Your name? Nika Squirrel, thank you. Okay. Nika Squirrel, okay, what's that? Is that Sandy Lakes? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have the candidate here, Haley Fern, and the nominator is, he's going to say his name. I know the last name very well. Henako. But go ahead, your name, please.
Okay.
Just say your name, we're gonna verify you, okay?
Mikweskwao Aheneku on the paper.
Yep. Okay. And seconder? Stephen Anderson? Okay, just a moment. Stephen Anderson, seconder. Okay. Okay, have a seat, you guys. You don't mind standing for 8 minutes? Okay. Yeah, go ahead now.
Okay.
Yeah, go
I can
ahead.
read now?
Yeah.
Okay. Danse, Mikweskwao Aheneku Nitsigaso Natakaku Pochinia. Hello, my name is Mikweskwao Aheneku, and I am from Atakaku First Nation. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 land, and I would like to thank Whitecap Dakota First Nation for hosting us tonight, or this afternoon. And I'm very grateful to take this opportunity to nominate Haley Rose of Mosquito First Nation to be the youth representative in the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. In my experiences with the Canadian Armed Forces and being a Bold Eagle graduate, I've seen the way my leaders have guided me to be the best version of who I am today. And I've seen those very same leadership qualities in Haley Rose. She's very good at listening. She makes me feel heard. And I've known her since grade 7. She's been a very model student, very smart, always talking in class, giving good answers. And she's never shied away to stick up for our Indigenous people. And it's very hard to even stick up for yourself. But Haley has gone above and beyond. And I witnessed her go school to school, talk to the youth, talking to little kids. And she would go up to them and she'd say, "You matter," in the most softest, caring voice I've ever heard. And she inspires them and continues to motivate the young kids to feel good about themselves. And it's really, really working. And I believe Haley would be a great female youth representative in the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations because of her ability to speak and an even greater ability to listen. Listening to Haley, it shows her passion for the youth's mental health. If you ever need a friend, someone to talk to, or a leader, talk to Haley. Exe. Hi, Nanaskamun.
Ooh, gonna make me cry here. Dansin siwaganak kegawawin ni wagumaganak kita damskit nawaw. Haley Rose Netsiga San Nia Oche Mosquito Grizzly Bearhead Lean Man First Nation Igwa Red Pheasant First Nation Treaty 6 Territory. Dante, my friends in relation. Oh, sorry. Okay. Hello, my friends and relations. I greet you all. I'm very thankful that we could all be gathered here today. My name is Haley Rose. I am from Mosquito Grizzly Bearhead Lean Man First Nation and Red Pheasant First Nation. I'd like to acknowledge that we are currently standing on Treaty 6 territory here. Then I am very humbled and proud to be standing here today to run for FSIN Youth Representative. Before I start, I did want to acknowledge everyone here, and I am very honored and blessed that we could be gathered here after we just had this pandemic. And I know that it's been hard and it has affected us all, our medicine wheels, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. It affected us all. Whether somebody passed away or where we lost somebody, people were getting sick, we felt that. And, oh, sorry. When I was young, 50 years ago, just kidding. When I was young, I suffered through something that was really traumatic. And I know a lot of Indigenous people face it as well. This affected me, and it affected my mental health. I suffered with depression. I had anxiety, and I still deal with anxiety today. There was a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of loneliness, feeling like I was alone, and I shut out a lot of people that I loved because I was in pain, because I was hurt. And I didn't ask for a reaching hand. I didn't tell anybody what was going on in my life because I was scared. But it wasn't until I felt heard and that elders were listening to me when I traveled to a conference for the very first time. I took an opportunity, an amazing opportunity, and for you guys that have an opportunity to go somewhere and represent your people, you do that. You go. And when I took that opportunity, there was an elder sitting there. And she got me to say my name, and I said my name. I said, Haley. And she said, why do you say your name like that? Be proud of who you are. And when I came back, I was like, yes, Haley, this is it. An elder is telling you to be proud of who you are. Be comfortable in your own skin. Be proud to be Indigenous. We are beautiful people. We are extremely strong. We're resilient. We're resilient. But I was able to turn my pain into strength. I had to save myself before I could save others. And when you've experienced pain, mental health issues, and I know that we have all experienced that through an intergenerational trauma, through residential schools. We've suffered that through these systems that have been put in place to oppress us and colonize us as Indigenous people. And this affects us. This affects our 4 dimensions of life, our 4 directions, or our medicine wheel, physically, right? Emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And so it wasn't until I felt like I was heard and that I mattered. And for all of you guys out there who have experienced an obstacle, a battle, a hardship, I want you to know that you aren't alone, and that we hear you, and that we see you, and that when we stand together, we are stronger, and that we are one, that together we are one, together we rise. So I hope to share my story with you guys in the future, and I hope to continue and uplift and empower our youth, and that your voice matters, that you matter, I matter, we matter. Egwa say, hi, miigwech padamya, marsicho. Thank you.
Thank you. You want your Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, moving along, we have Shonda Semaganis. Where's your group? Shonda? And the last one will be Akita Waririka after that, okay? That'll be your female candidates. Okay, Shonda. Two more, yeah. Okay, here they come, okay. And your nominator, Shonda? Jalen? Okay. Okay, Jalen Custer, nominator and seconder. And Natalie Machiskanik. Okay. We're just making sure. Machiskanik, last name. Okay, she's got to come and verify just a moment. Okay, your nominator has to be on the board. They're just going to regroup, so I'm going to call on Nikita Wadidika. You can come forward with your group. Akita Wadidika, you're in here. Okay, Akita. Okay, do your smudge first. You're the nominator? What's your name? Huh? Oh. Staten Wadidika is the nominator. And seconder? Trady? Atreo Roberts, seconder. Okay. Just wait. We're just going to confirm you're on the voters list. Okay. That's okay, good. All right, go ahead, nominator. 3 minutes.
My name is Staten Wadidika. I nominated Akita Wadidika. She is very smart. She dances powwows. She was our youth princess. She's in Carleton School where she plays football. She is supported by her mom and dad and all of us. She's a traditional girl. She loves round dances, powwows. She was a pipe girl. She is a sun dancer. She loves what she does. Good luck to all the candidates. Got my hand.
Okay, go ahead. Akita, come forward. Yeah, 5 minutes, okay?
Ohan, Tanse. My name is Akita Wadidika from Wapain, Dakota Nation. I'm in grade 9 and at Carleton Comprehensive High School. I'm in Prince Albert. I play football, basketball, wrestling, and track and field. My parents have always supported me in everything to do with sports. My Western education and especially my traditions, which are Dakota and Cree, my heart and drive are with supporting my fellow youth with awareness around trauma, recovery, mental health issues, and how to develop drug and alcohol-free lifestyle, and how to pursue cultural development for oneself. I have been a part of all of the above in my life, and I have an incredible support system that I have had to assemble to make the wellness I sought work for me in my own way. As a young person, I have numerous responsibility, and I want to show others how to obtain that through becoming self-aware, focusing on the end goal by creating realistic steps towards success, teaching my peers how to assemble support such as educators, professionals, language speakers, elders, and those with common goal as alliances. In my family and within my peer circle, I accept the ways I am seen as a leader because I do not shy away from difficult conversations, staying present with uncomfortable emotions that others trust me with, and my own. I trust myself. I work at truly being present for those experiencing difficult emotions and situations I follow through, and I will always ask for help if I don't know something. I will either go learn it or will find supports through someone who does. My parents have instilled hard work ethics in me, from cutting, peeling, and preparing teepee poles, making teepees to work in a Western world. I was taught from early on how to be respectful and to self-evaluate if something is needed to be done. I was taught that I didn't need to wait to be asked to do it. I love our communities no matter how we are perceived by the media and the Western world. I accept what is, but I was also contribute to its health and growth by doing my part in everything. I was taught to be humble, kind, and accountable. I have very big shoes to fill. I'm ready to do that, just as my ancestors never shied away from difficulties. I believe our adult leadership have a lot to offer. They are working in a system that's designed to work against us. All somehow manage to excel and motivate others while doing it. I would be grateful if given this opportunity to represent the youth. I truly thank all that have made this opportunity possible. I'd, I'd like to close off here by encouraging all the other youth who are running for this position. I see you and I am proud of all of you having the courage to step up. Thank the Creator for everything and all. Aho.
Okay, thank you. And the candidate that needed to regroup, come up, please. Shonda Semaganis, come up, please. And those are she's the last female candidate, and then we'll move on to the male. Where are they? Okay. Okay. Okay, nominator now. Landon Moyes, nominator, and your seconder still. And Natalie Machiskinik is the seconder. Okay. Moyes, last name? Landon, right? Okay. Just good. Seconder is Machiskinik, last name? What's your first name? I'll say Natalie Machiskinik. Okay, good enough. Okay, let's go. 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Landon Louise, and I am from Muskogum First Nation. I am Shonda Semaganis' first nominator. Shonda Semaganis. In the short period of time that I known her, I didn't believe that she was 15 when she first approached me. She's responsible, outgoing, and independent. She'd like the opportunity to educate and advocate Indigenous men and women of all ages, and she inspires me to be the better me in the future. And she helped me going confidence to come up here today and speak on her behalf. I just met her today, and she helped me find my voice. She is a really great person. She deserves this opportunity because us youth don't know how to speak with our own voice. And we need more youth like her to represent us. Thank you, Miigwech.
Dansen Namaguma Gundik, Shaunus Samaganus, Nasiga Sun, Equa, Nianasab, Nitatopanan, Moskitra Seo Chinia, Nanaska Mau, Mamu Dawi Mau, Emio Kunuta Goa, Anuchuta, Gamamu Wetia, Hello, friends and relatives. My name is Jonathan Magnus, and I'm 15 years old. I am from Little Pine First Nation. I am grateful to Creator for guiding us here today to this beautiful gathering of our people of all ages. That speech was written by Jalen Custer. I met her 2 days ago, and she wasn't on the voters list, so I had to find another first nominator. So I'm grateful for him for stepping up, and I just talked to him in the hallway. I am here today to represent and run for FSIN Youth Representative of 2022. Although I am very young, I am very acknowledgeable, and I can approach someone and talk to them. I'm very nervous right now because I've had so much problems and struggles, but I am flawed and I'm not perfect. I learn and I discover. I teach and I educate. I advocate for young women and men who cannot use their voice. We have so much stigmas, so much dilemmas that we face that shouldn't even be on our list as humans. We are equal and we belong in this world. We shouldn't be degraded. We shouldn't be put down as humans. We belong in this world. We are equal to everyone else. We are not superior. We are not under or below anyone else. I am so grateful to be here today. I am so appreciative of all the people who are sitting here and listening to me. I have fought for years to have a voice. I have tried so hard to have the courage and the bravery to be here today. I have many accomplishments in my young years of age. I recently won at the FSIN Science Fair for my representation of traditional medicines and COVID and how they affect them throughout the past 2 years of my studies that I've done. I won first place for that. And thank you. I got invited to the National Science Fair to represent our people and my representation on that. I am the only female council in my school. I beat all the men. I was also appointed to the safety committee of my reserve by the Little Pine First Nation leaders. I'm the youngest female on that group. I expressed my opinions, my views, and we are trying to help young men and women in our community to stay away from drugs and alcohol and substance abuse. I am proud to say that I am clean and I have never touched any of those bad medicines that the colonizers have brought to us. I'm so thankful for everyone and everyone who's listening to me and giving me a chance to stand here today to speak, to use my voice, and I want to help our people. It doesn't matter your age. I would like to inspire and to be inspired. I doubted myself coming here today. Doubt is the position between knowledge, bravery, and ignorance. It encompasses cynicism and genuine questioning. I question myself and I question others, but at the end of the day, we are all equal. And I am thankful for all of us to be here. I'm thankful for Creator. I'm thankful for my parents. And I'm thankful for all the people that came here today to listen to me and to everyone else. I am very young. I'm 15. I'm very accomplished for my age, and I want to instill that and to break our stigmas together. Our cycles should be broken. We should heal together, and we should rise together and come together again like we did in unity, in solidarity, and strength. Years ago, we weren't allowed to have gatherings like this where we were all welcome in a community and in cities that we are in. And I'm very grateful for that, and for all the youth who struggle with mental illness and all these things that were brought to us by the colonizers and all those people who wanted to wipe us from the surface of the earth. That will never happen. As Dr. Suzuki said yesterday, if you guys were listening, he said that there is no future. We have to create it for ourselves, and that's what I want to do. I want to create it for our youth, our elders, to be proud of us, to have something to look forward to in the morning. And I'm very thankful for everyone who came here today. I didn't have time to campaign, so this is my first time speaking about it, and I talked to other people, and I'm thankful for them for listening to me. It was only a very few, but I'm thankful. So thank you.
Okay, those are our female candidates: Brianna Carter, Kenesha Church, Jessie Goodry, Storm Knight, Elizabeth Mackay, Kehiwin Naitauhau, Haley Rose, Shonda Semaganis, and Akita Waridika. We move on now. Maybe we should give them a round of applause, right? With powerful speakers. Good job, ladies. Okay, so we have 3 candidates for the males. We'll go forward with Kihiu Thunder Gopher. Come forward, please, with your nominator and seconder.
There's a lost cell phone up here, a little white iPhone. Has somebody giving the middle finger on the screen, and a FSIN button on the back.
Also, we still have somebody out there walking around with no shirt.
Oh.
We have a shirt up here.
Stephen Anderson, nominator for Kihiu Gopher. And seconder? Sethri? And Sethri Martel. Okay. Sethri Martel, seconder. Okay. Okay, thank you. Again, we commence and keep going here. We'll go ahead with the nominator. Speak for 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope everybody's been having a good day thus far. My name is Stephen Anderson. I'm from Soto First Nation. I'm 20 years old. My job today is to nominate Kihiu Preston Gopher as FSIN Male Youth Representative. Mr. Gopher is goal-oriented, dedicated, determined, and driven on making himself and the people around him better. I couldn't think of someone more fitting for the male role. With that, I'd like to send everyone with a prayer for a safe ride home. Thank you.
Dansa nuaku magante katamska tinoau kakio nanaskaman into Tauyeg. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thanks for listening to me talk. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the land we're on. We're on the traditional territory of Treaty 6, the homelands of the Cree, Dene, Dakota, Nakota, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, and the Métis. I would also like to acknowledge the elders that are here today with us, the knowledge keepers of our people, along with our youth, the future of our great nations across Turtle Island. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kihiu Preston Gopher. I'm a proud Nehio Cree from Saulteaux First Nation Treaty 6 territory. I'm a personal development coach and a life and wellness coach. So a lot of the main work that I do is working one-on-one with clients along their paths to personal development, whatever that may be. I have the opportunity to work within my community and surrounding communities, focusing on building community connections and helping our people overcome some of their barriers that are holding them back from accomplishing some of their short-term and long-term goals, along with academic achievements and employment and training endeavors. A big part of my main focus is pushing forth a positive message of hope and guidance for our youth and our two-spirited brothers and sisters of Turtle Island. I'm also a big advocate on behalf of mental health awareness and the struggles and impacts of intergenerational trauma. As an Indigenous man, I understand our people struggle with the impact of intergenerational trauma that has been passed on from generation to generation, and how it has affected each generation in all aspects of their life. The lack of cultural identity amongst our people has sent our people into a downward spiral, turning to alcohol and substances to fill a void where our culture, our languages, our traditions, and our cultural beliefs once lived lively, fully, and free. Finding that sense of your cultural identity will help you heal. We need to prioritize our mental health, our physical health, and our spiritual well-being while balancing our medicine wheel. It's the only way we could end this toxic cycle. I will continue to be a strong advocate on behalf of the following causes that are near and dear to my heart: missing and murdered Indigenous women and people. This is one of the main causes that I plan to advocate on behalf of and to continue to speak about. Mental health awareness, personal development, physical health and fitness, sports and recreation, and the importance of making sports all-inclusive and more accessible to all youth across Saskatchewan. Our inherent rights and treaty rights as First Nation people and LGBTQ+, along with any other causes that are brought to my attention from the youth affiliated with FSIN or any youth in general. Remember, we're all in this together to make a welcoming environment, to come together as United Nations across Turtle Island to fight the good fight, to speak up and be a strong voice and advocates on behalf of our people of Turtle Island. With that being said, I humbly ask you for your support as FSIN male youth representative. And if you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to bring them to my attention personally. Exa, with that being said, from my home fire to yours, I hope you all have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you. Next person I'm going to call up is James Simon Halkett. James, are you here? Okay, James is going to speak to the assembly.
Tansy, my name is Tansy. My name is James Halkett from Montreal Cree Nation, and I will be withdrawing my candidacy. Candidacy from the male youth representative. Any votes for me will be rejected or not counted, and I just want to say thank you for. And then also I want to say I enjoyed my time here and I learned lots. And yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, James has withdrawn his candidacy. Due to the fact that the ballot was made last night already, you will see his name on the ballot, but just a reminder, he's not running, okay? Don't go mark his ballot name, just to make sure, okay? Like he said, the ballot will be rejected if somebody indicates that they've chosen James. Okay, our last candidate here will be Brock McLeod Wadidika. Brock, bring your entourage, please. Okay, who's your nominator, Brock? Let's go. Artreo Roberts is the nominator. Just a moment. And State Nuadidika, he was up here before, so we know he's a voter. Okay, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Wow, Slant. My name is Trey Roberts. I'm from Wapaitan Dakota Nation. I nominated Brock McLeod Wadidika. When I was looking through the booklet on the first day and saw the mail application for the FSIN representative, and then I looked right at Brock right away and joked with him about it. But now he's sitting here running. I nominate him because I see a leader in him. He is a drug and alcohol-free man with an amazing and caring heart. He is into his culture. He keeps busy with powwows, round dances, and his position with the Prince Albert Grand Council as a youth knowledge keeper. He is also in the circle of sun dancers. He also makes drums and is a teacher of drum making. Good luck to all the other candidates. Pidame.
Hamatakiape, Hampete Waste, Maxpia no Homini Manioxina Makiape, Homatakiape, Tayania Hipero, Na Pe Chuzia Pero, Dakota Ampicte und Speonkiapte. I'd like to thank my nominator and my seconder, and the reason why I chose to run is for our Wakaija, our little ones. As in, we all know there are our future leaders. They are going to be wherever FSIN, they'll be sitting here. Yeah, I've always wanted to be a leader for my people. I've always wanted to take that role. And I wouldn't be here without my Ina. I thank her for what she's showing me and how to walk this red road that I'm on right now. And like you said, my nominator, is that I've never had a sip of alcohol or did any sorts of drugs in my whole life. And my goal is to make a change for the youth. There's youth out there that don't have a home to go to. There's youth out there that have a home without a mom and dad to go to. There's youth out there that don't eat every day. There's so much trauma. I want to make that change. I want to be a role model for them and show them that anything is possible if they put their mind to it. The only one that's stopping them is themselves. I work with youth. The youth are basically my best friends. I love them with all my heart. And how I've been raised was through culture, through songs, through ceremonies. That's what kept me on this path that I'm on right now. And I'm thankful for who I am to this day. As in, each and every one of you guys should be thankful for who you are. And you guys, don't change one thing about yourself to make another person happy when your happiness counts. Your happiness is more important. And my message from me to the youth is that, like I said, anything's possible in this world. You set that goal high. Yes, you'll run into walls. Well, in the rest, because you'll fall off your bikes. But What I want you guys to do is reach for the stars. Reach for the stars. No, put that positive mindset in your head is that I can do it. No one shall stop me. If you're nervous, count down from 5 to 1. And you can do it. And me, like I said, I want to make this change for my people, even if it's through culture or the Western way. I want change, as in each and every one of us want that. The white men tried to take away our culture, tried to take away our language, tried to make us them. But look who we are now. We're together, we're stronger. I would like to ask one thing for all the youth to stand up. Anajipo. All of you guys ain't alone. All of you guys have a voice. All of you guys matter. Even though you guys have a hard times, you guys matter. And with that, I'd like to say thank you. Say thank you. Nina Wopira, Piramaye, and keep being you. Hi, hi.
Thank you. Okay, so 2 candidates for the male representative, Cahill Gopher and Brock McLeod Wadidika. So now you've heard all the candidates. Don't leave yet, please. You now have to listen very carefully. I will give you 15-minute break, and then we will open the polls in 15 minutes because everything's set up, okay? You go to the north doors. You'll make your way in. You'll be checked off the voters list. You will be given 2 ballots, one for youth, male, youth, female, okay? Then there'll be ballot boxes on the other side. You will put them into the respective ballot boxes. 1 hour you will have to vote, and then we will be able to announce the results thereafter when we're allowed in assembly. Thank you so much. Our future is great. You look at these young people. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's go get ready.
welcome back here on Facebook, social media land, and I've got one of the candidates here for the male youth representative. Si Willis Janvier Hussein Telas Tuazi, the Losh Saskatchewan, Clearwater River Dene Nation band member of the ASTU, and Dunzinige Treaty 6 territories, hal then Haldayas Tihad. And I've got the male representative here. I'll get you to introduce yourself.
I'm Brock McLeod Wadidika. I come from Wapit in the Dakota Nation and on Treaty 6 lands.
Masicho. Well, Brock, you just gave your speech there, and what was it that made you want to run as a male youth representative?
To bring point of order here.
The reason why I chose to run is I want to make change for the youth. I want to show them that there's ways out of problems that they hold on to. I want to make that noticeable as that they're not alone, and we're here for them. And I want to be that leader for them. I want to show them. I want to be a role model towards them and show them that anything's possible if they put their mind to it, like I said.
Yeah, good stuff. One of the things that sticks out is, yourself, you've never done drugs or alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And, myself, I'm in recovery. And I look up to young people like you that have taken that without. We're going to stop for a prayer. Hi, Masicho.
Hi.
And when I was talking about not drinking alcohol, and I believe that is a good thing to do, to have. And like I said, I look up to people who have never done that. They don't have to go through that. So good for you. Very proud of you. And how do you? This is only a small portion of the nations. We've got 74 nations that you got to represent. If elected, how do you plan on making sure you make every young person out of 74 nations their voices heard?
If nominated, if I get elected, I will be traveling to all 74 First Nations to hear what they have to say, to hear what the needs are for them, to help them grow to the person they want to become.
All right, Masicho, I want to wish you all the best. Good luck on, we've got an hour, I believe, and we'll have the results for the election. And good luck, and nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Masicho. And we're going to bring in another female candidate is going to join us. Let's go.
1 hour.
Another female. She has chatted with us yesterday. And Godry, I know her last name is Godry.
Yeah, Jessie Godry.
Jessie Godry.
Yeah.
Yes. So welcome back. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good.
Good.
A lot better. And so what was that like for you to go up there and speak in front of the youth that, possibly could be representing?
Mm-hmm. It was really nerve-wracking at first, but then as soon as I got speaking into it and talking about all my passions and stuff, it just kind of flew right out of me. It kind of rolled off the tongue, and it just kind of came really naturally as I started to talk about everything that I'm really passionate about.
Good stuff. And do you speak French?
Fluent, yeah.
Fluent
French.
Maybe you can share some of that with us here. It's good to hear a different language.
Yeah. Je peux parler un petit peu français, mais je ne peux pas. Quand je suis vraiment stressée, like when I'm really stressed, like right now, because j'ai juste parlé à beaucoup de personnes. I just talk to a lot of people, so. Yeah. So c'est pas parfait maintenant, mais je peux parler quand je suis pas stressée avec tout ça. She just keeps walking back and forth. I
all
like
good.
that.
It's all good. She doesn't know where you're going.
That's fine.
But no, it's all good. It's good to share that, and there are 9, I believe.
9, yeah.
Ladies
Female.
female running.
Yeah.
If elected, how do you plan on, making that first impact as a youth representative?
Honestly, like I was saying in my speech, leadership programs, sports programs, motivational speeches, and culture camps. I think that's something that our youth could really benefit from because we're all struggling with our mental health issues and even drug-related problems, especially within our youth. I think spirituality is something that can really help with us, and learning about our traditions and learning about our how our ancestors used to live. I think that's something that we would benefit greatly from.
Cool, Nazoo. Good stuff. Well, I want to thank you for joining me here, and I'll wish you all the best. Good luck.
Yeah,
we'll be
thank you
back
so
in about
much.
an hour with the results. So we're gonna go see if we got one of the other candidates are gonna join us. But I'll let you have lunch.
Maybe. Yeah,
and,
thank you so much.
Yeah, get rested.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, you bet. Alrighty, we're gonna go and take it back over. We've got lunch happening right now. I do not sure where I put my agenda, but they are given an hour to vote, and then we're gonna come on back to hear the results. Looks like I've got another candidate that's gonna join me here off to my right, and we'll just start off by introducing yourself.
Hi, my name's Kenesha Church. I'm from Flying Dust First Nation.
Kenesha?
Yeah.
Kenesha, well, welcome. Thank you for joining me. And what was it like for you to go up and speak to, all the youth here at the FSINE Summit?
When I got up there, I was kind of scared, but as I was speaking, I realized I'm doing this for a cause. Able to get my voice out there because it is an issue that there is murder of Indigenous women across Canada, and I want to call an end to that.
Yeah. You spoke a lot about the missing and murdered Indigenous women. How important is it to amplify Indigenous voices? As you put your name forward to try and take on this role if elected. How important is it to amplify Indigenous voices so they're heard on provincial level and federally and nationally?
I don't know. Our voices are the most strongest thing about us because with that, words could hurt people, but also could bring people up. Our words are more powerful than action, so I want to be able to give youth their opportunity, even our elderly, even all Indigenous people, even non-Indigenous people, able to get their words heard.
Good stuff. It's a bit nerve-wracking at first when you get up to in front of people, right?
Yeah.
But once you get doing it, it's okay. You did a very good job. And I want to say thank you for joining me here today, and I want to wish you all the best. Good luck, and maybe when we get the results, we can come chat later again.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
All right. There's Kenesha, one of the female candidates. I'm going to try to bring on as many of the candidates here as we're trying to have lunch. And then we've got cameras everywhere and candidates everywhere. We've got another candidate. She was she's going to join me here. Just come.
Am I good where I am, or?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll just get by introducing yourself. And
So that's it. My name is Brianna Carter. I'm from Onion Lake Cree Nation, from Treaty 6 territory.
sorry, Brenda?
Brianna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
Brianna
sorry. I
Carter.
apologize. I believe you were the first one to go up and speak.
Yes.
What was that like for you?
Honestly, it was more like, okay, so how am I gonna set this thing? It's so much pressure. It's like you want to say what you want to say, but then when I was done, I was like, wait, I forgot like 3 more things. So it was kind of I was kind of nervous about it, but I was like, okay, well, I'll just do the best I can do, and be proud of what I've been doing and how I'm gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, that's good. How did you prepare to go up and speak? You know, it's like you said, it's very nerve wracking, and then to put forward a campaign in front of you because you only get just one speech. You kind of got to go around. And how did you prepare for that today?
Honestly, this running for the representative for FSIN female, it was such a last minute decision. It was literally like 10 minutes till closing. And I was debating with myself back and forth, like, should I or should I not? Because I was representing Onion Lake as their youth chief, like through their youth chief and council as the counselor and youth chief, and as well as the other things that I've been doing since then. And it was really not more of a campaign, but more of, okay, well, who can I meet this weekend? It's who can I connect with? And I didn't really want to say, hey, vote for me because of this and that. It was more like, oh, okay, how are you? Who are you?
Yeah.
How can I meet you? I'm not really direct like that.
Cool. Yeah. Show them who you are. And, we've had 2 days of panelists. We've had the water symposiums or the water panelists, the scientists join us here. What is something you take from the conference itself? Aside from the election you are running, but as a youth, what is something that really stuck out to you over the last few days?
Well, really, it's more of you can do anything. And also it's the teachings that each of the panelists were giving to a lot really stuck with me this over the last 2 days. Because even with Madison Noon, I believe her name was, she was the one that moved out to Toronto to do dance, and that's kind of basically the same thing with what I'm doing, as I haven't really left my home and just going 30 plus hours away, and then seeing another one, like another youth doing that. It's really inspiring. It's like, okay, well, let's do it. And then another one was Kendra. She was Ukrainian and First Nation, which I also am as well. My mother's Ukrainian. So just seeing her up there doing her work in, environmental environmentalist lawyer, and just seeing her up there doing what she loves, that's about the same thing I want to do, but in a different field, and which is forensic science. And like just listening to MMIW and everything else going around, it's hard to not see our stories being shared, and that's what I want to do eventually, share their stories. And that's why I decided to go into forensic science.
Cool. Good stuff, Mizu. Well, I'm going to let you have lunch as you get, we've only got an hour of voting. So I want to wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you bet. Wait, estás? Dance. Good day. So welcome back. I got another guest here. I'll just get you to introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Akita Wadidika. I'm from Wapaian Dakota Nation, and I go to Carleton Comprehensive High School, and I play football.
Oh, nice. Good stuff, So, Akita, what actually the other male candidate is from Wapaitan as well?
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
me and him
You're in this together, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff, Mizu. And what was it for you that you wanted to run in the in this election?
I wanted to run to inspire the youth to like take opportunities and just inspire them to take big leaps and just be themselves and not really care on what others think. 'Cause I got told a lot that I probably shouldn't really take big opportunities, but then I just took them because I didn't really care on what they thought of me. So then I just want the youth to take big opportunities into knowledge, culture, and traditions, and I just want the youth to go to more powwows and round dances and ceremonies. So
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good points you made about having culture and tradition. If elected, how do you plan on bringing these around? There are 74 nations, not just the Cree, there's the Dene, the Dakotas. How do you plan on making it all inclusive for all Indigenous youth of Saskatchewan?
I'll just talk about like every single nation and like make everyone like come together and just like I want to inspire like every single child in Saskatchewan that's of Indigenous culture. And I just want to inspire every single one of them just to just be a part of something that's real traditional.
Something greater than ourselves. Well, Akita, I want to thank you for joining me here. I'm going to let you have lunch. Good luck. There's only an hour left to vote, probably 45 minutes now, but I want to wish you all the best. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Merci.
Thank you.
And then
Danse.
Hi.
Hello.
My
Welcome
name's
back
Shonda.
here. Shonda.
Shonda
Did we
Magnus.
chat last week? Or yesterday, I mean last week.
No. I got
just-
interviewed by someone over there.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll start by introducing yourself, and then we'll get this going here.
My name's Shonda Magnus, and I'm from Little Pine First Nation. I'm 15 years old, and I represent my community and our people.
Good stuff. What was it like for you to go up there and speak in front of, it's probably about 200 people, 300?
Yeah, you don't really realize how much people there is when you sit in the back, but when you come to the front and and there's so much eyes on you, it's encouraging when they relate to what you're saying and they start clapping it, and it was a boost of confidence as I went on. And I was scared at first, but I have to do what I have to do.
Yeah, you put your name forward. Only 15 years old.
Yes.
What was the decision, the deciding factor for you that made it say, I want to run?
Well, I was after I had all those accomplishments that I was so grateful that I was able to achieve. I got it was a deciding factor for about a week. I was like a little bit doubtful of it, as I said, and the more I talked about my opportunities and things that I had, I was proud of them, and this is something I can be proud of if I win or don't win. And that's what I want, is just to have a voice for our communities and all our nations united, and everyone who's feeling down, I want to help them. So yeah, and I'm willing to accept the responsibilities that come with it.
Yeah. It's very good to always have a voice here. What is one thing that sticks out to you in campaigning that you want to bring forward if elected?
Well, I think it's just like mental illness. Mental wellness is one of the biggest things that we face, and there's so much people who have suicidal thoughts and anything when they feel down, they drift away from their culture, their identities, and they lose who they are as Indigenous people. And that's one of the biggest things that I feel is a stigma that has been degraded throughout the years, and we were often told not to let anyone know that. But the more you let people know how you're feeling, the more it helps for them to, in order to, for them to help you, is to help yourself. And that's one of the things that I would like to. How would you say? I would like to just have everything that we had before colonialization and before everything happened to us, all that bad stuff that happened to us. I just want for all of that to go away. I mean, it can't go away; it'll still be with us. But for it to be slowed down, we can't stop it, but we can slow it down within the generations that come. That's one of the biggest.
It's some very good points to make. If you're feeling down and having these thoughts of, you're not very well mentally, always reach out to somebody. Well, I want to thank you for for joining me here. I want to wish you all the best. Good luck. I'm going to let you have lunch because, we've only got, like I said, about 45 more minutes left until the results come in. So good luck.
Yes, thank you.
Get some food in you, and we'll chat soon later.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, we're going to take a break here. We'll be back in a few minutes. And as everybody, all the candidates here, we've covered about 4 or 5 of them. And there are 11 total. So we're going to try to get in all of them because once they have lunch, the voting begins. And then we'll be electing a male FSIN representative for the youth and a female FSIN representative here today. So with that, Masi Choner Usu and Enadare Atlana Yalti Nadlinosa.
Testing. All right, I'm going to take over here. My name is Nathan Ayers. I was interviewing at the beginning there, and yeah, we are live here at Dakota Dunes Resort and Casino, a very beautiful place here in Whitecap First Nation. Big shout out to Chief Darcy Bear and his council, and for all the accomplishments he's done over the years, and what a great job he's been for First Nations around as well. So, but yeah, I'm sitting here and we're just looking at everyone literally walk by us right now as we're trying to fill a little bit of time for you guys, and then we'll have the results soon here. And I just have to go on my, hold on. Yeah, I'll fix up my LinkedIn. Yeah, but we doing interviews here. There you guys can see IOPS.ca. Just a big shout out to my own website here, with we strive to become the #1 Indigenous job board within Turtle Island, and also with us John V of Dene Iate podcast. If you guys are needing an MC or a public speaker, and Dene Iate, come and check him out. I think I might have a guest here coming up here. I got Chief Tanya Stone. Let's turn on this mic. Just there we go. Can you want to sit here? Here, just yeah, you can actually sit here. Chief Tanya Stone. No, right here. I gotta man all that stuff. I'm gonna turn this camera around. You can turn on the headphones if you want, so you can hear pretty good. Put her on there. How's that? Can you see us? Might have to go closer together. But which way are we going? This way? Over here? More this way. Anyway, welcome, Chief Tanya Stone. If you guys don't know, Chief Stone is one of the female chiefs here, actually right across from my home community of Red Pheasant First Nation, Mosquito, Grizzly Bear, Head, Lean Man First Nation. So welcome here to the FSIN Youth Assembly, and I know you're coming here to support one of your own band members.
Yes, I'm here to support Haley Rose.
Gotta go a little closer there.
Closer?
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, I'm here to support Haley Rose.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I know you guys seen her speech, and how amazing, man. Remember when I podcasted, I did an interview with her when she was like 14, I think, and just the amazing stuff she was already doing at such a young age, and now she's here, at 19, I think she's now, or 18 still, but still running for the FSN youth representative here, and they actually get to go to New York in 2 weeks. Did you know that?
No.
I didn't know the crazy schedule they get. I didn't know that. I didn't know how big of a deal this actually is.
Yeah. No, it's really exciting, and you can see the caliber of the youth that is out there, and the future that's coming behind us. And, for them to go to New York and just experience just everything, and being and hearing from the youth, and advocating on behalf of the youth, I think it's really exciting.
No, yeah, that's wild. I've always wanted to go to New York, and obviously these guys, whoever gets elected here in the next, I think 45 minutes, eh? Is that what they're trying to do? Something like that. But they get to go to New York in 2 weeks. Like two people's lives are about to change here, and it's exciting to see. And man, some of those women, young ladies were the speeches, the young lady from Little Pine, and also Haley Rose. And then I think it was that equestrian girl from, is she from Peyton?
I don't know.
You
Actually,
know?
I don't know. So.
But those three speeches, and all of them were amazing. I'm just talking about these three ladies right now. Actually, all those women, the young ladies there that were speaking were amazing, man. Like it's going to be a tough situation to whoever they're voting for, but whoever gets in is obviously going to be representing. Is going to be one of the very best representatives I think they probably had in years. This thing hasn't happened for like 6 years, I think. Eh?
Yeah. No, it definitely going to be representing Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
And every nation.
So let's go switch it up. I know we're at FSI. Let's switch it up. What's happening in your community? I know you're one, and I've told you this before. You're one of the trailblazers, as you know what you're doing with. You use media like this, right, to really show everyone what's going on in the community. Can you tell me about that and what's up next for Mosquito?
Well,
can we talk about it?
Yeah, no, we can absolutely. I tell people that it's important, and I strategically use media.
Yeah.
My first term, everything, celebrating the successes, and I truly believe it's time. It's time as Indigenous people we celebrate our own people, and we utilize our own people as best as we can. So it was strategic, and because no one really knew mosquito, grizzly bear, headland man, and that's the honest truth, and it's really important to be at the tables at the tribal council, at the federation, at AFN, and when you're doing big developments and economic development, as you know, it just boomed for mosquito, grizzly bear, headland man, and it's because of the marketing. And now, I'm training myself to back off from the marketing. We have our own app. We have our own Facebook page. So separating personal and business, and because now we have people that are wanting to partner with the nation without even, advertising or promoting the nation as a whole.
And exactly, that's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen, is using the power of social media. As you guys see, the youth, they promote Indigenous success through TikTok, and that's the world. I know that young gentleman from, I think he's from, what reserve in Alberta? The one that was dancing in the bathroom. I think he's from Sandy Lake up north, or Saddle Lake, sorry. Yeah, I think he is from Saddle Lake. And he was dancing in the bathroom. Anyway, it went viral all around the world, like 500 million views, and he's still going. But the good thing is, the really cool thing about that is his previous videos were all of powwow and Indigenous culture, right? Mm-hmm. So those ones just started garnering millions of views. And there was somebody else who TikTok, I forget that they joined it. I'm not that good at TikTok. I'm still learning it, but I know there's one where they join it. They do the video, and then all of a sudden they start talking. But this other young gentleman really said it straight out. He's like, what this young man has accomplished is what we try to strive, is what we're trying to show Indigenous culture, but to the masses. And he did it through, TikTok. And I think using social media and that positive platform is a good way to reach the masses, right? To start that reconciliation. As me and Cal were doing, and Willis were doing that hockey game with Meota and Turtleford, showcasing the Indigenous talent on Meota. I think there was a few Indigenous players in Turtleford, I think. But, that was my goal, to promote that Indigenous talent on that hockey team. So we had a lot of non-First Nations watching. And then Cal was talking about reconciliation, and he was talking about stories of how we need to come together, in a real positive way. And the comments in there were just amazing. People were just like listening. And, I think social media is so powerful that we haven't even tapped it yet as Indigenous people of how to start that conversation that, it's reconciliation.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking of our work, with the Indian Relay
Mhm.
and building those relations. And I have strangers coming up to me
Yeah.
and saying, "Oh, we seen you with talking about horses," and it's crazy because you're in Alberta or you're in Manitoba, and you have strangers coming up to you, acknowledging, and appreciating, that coverage during COVID.
Yeah.
So it was not only like reconciliation; it was providing, that action-based, frontline, view of Indian Relay because it was limited for audience-wise
Yeah,
last year.
I remember a lot of people were happy to watch that, especially because when it just started, like, you've seen the YouTube videos, but to watch it live, even when you invited me to come and record that, I was so blown away. I was trying to record and, I was like, holy smokes. I was like so blown away because I was just witnessing it. And, it's nice to see. So, yeah, they're another positive use with social media because we are live on LinkedIn, YouTube, and the Rezilient 8th Generation Facebook page. So we have people watching from all over. I've already had inboxes from LinkedIn, and people are just loving, liking this. To be able to actually get to be here and witness this, and from the comforts of their home or wherever they're watching from, and just powerful all around. So,
Absolutely. So tell me a little bit what's happening with you. You're going to be moving
moving. Who said I'm moving? Where am I going?
anywhere?
Anywhere? Am I?
I don't know.
I don't know. Is there something I don't know? Did I just get offered a job somewhere?
No.
No, I don't know.
Adventuring with your IOPS.
I don't know yet. The plan possibly is to, like, I'm starting to get busy and I'm really loving doing this. The whole purpose of me doing this is what I do here is not just to get a paycheck. It's to show Indigenous success. That's what IOPS is about. It's to promote Indigenous success. But IOPS is actually an Indigenous job board. I started the podcast in 2015 to promote my website, and then it came just a big thing on its own, this live video thing. And yeah, it's getting busy. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I really want to go for it. I tell everyone, go for your dreams and take that chance. And my contract runs out at the end of June at my work, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, it's looking like I might just take a run for it and see what happens. I really enjoy doing this. We were at FSI in hockey with Cal and Will and me, and we brought on Cree Lingo, and they were podcasting in Cree at the couple final games. So, always promoting Indigenous women as well and their success. And, it's just, I don't know, I'm just starting to meet a lot of people and then partner up, and, I'm all about the promotion. So, yeah. I don't know.
Absolutely. Well, on behalf of our nation, we certainly appreciate the work
Yeah.
that you're doing, and continue doing that work because it's so needed and it's time. I cannot emphasize and stress it enough. As leaders, it's time to celebrate our people, and it's time to acknowledge our people, and it's time to utilize our people best way possible in every sector in our, band operations, economic development, any business growth. Utilize our people.
It just opens up, like, let's, for instance, remember I did the band elections. I did first. My cousin hired me to do. I shouldn't say my cousin. The band manager, former band manager of that one reserve, hired me to do the band elections, the counting and stuff, right, to make it transparent so everyone could watch and follow. It was a massive success, and then we did yours right after, and then after yours we did Little Pine. But that's, again, it shows transparency. That's just one part of it, because I've never experienced behind the scene vote counting and everything, and it just makes everyone transparent. Because if no one can say, well, this was probably happening behind the scenes, well, no, it isn't. Go to the video, we're good, right? So I mean, just like I know you guys did have a band meeting yesterday. I was just talking with your counselor here, but those kind of things, right? Like, anything can be brought to the forefront to be transparent with your people. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, we had an elders meeting a couple weeks back. It's something that we try and do a week before the band meeting because they're the head of the household, and it's an opportunity for them to relay information, and and then the band meetings open and have that dialogue. And we had some good dialogue yesterday. We're learning to communicate, and I have to say it was successful. There was no yelling and no, bad talk of, how it was back in the day. We've come a long ways, as a nation. So I'm really proud of my people and how we can have those hard discussions.
Yeah.
And we'll have to continue having those discussions to see that big picture moving forward.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you, Chief, for stopping in here and checking out my little setup here. And I know you're doing your thing with your with Haley and that. And but yeah, continued success. And if you guys have never been to Mosquito, go check it out, because when you're driving in, she's got billboards of the people from her community, and she's showcasing them. And it's not from the ones that passed on. I know Cal even touched on this, is that you got to celebrate it now while they're still doing it, and know that we are seeing and watching and cheering on that Indigenous success within each community. So something to think about if you guys want to check that out. But once again, a great job for what you're doing with your community. I wish you guys all the best. Obviously, we're going to be working again with each other. But yeah, other than that, I think we got to go back to this thing here. Any last words?
Thank you very much, Nathan. Keep up the good work.
All right.
You and your work and are inspired. This gathering is a great opportunity to share your stories, discuss your visions, dreams, and goals for the future. You alone can bring the change our world and future generations need, but we can go even further on the healing path forward when we're together and united. Excuse me. It's important we take every opportunity to bring our young leaders together in gatherings such as today's, so that you're prepared and ready to take on the challenges tomorrow. I look forward to hearing the outcome of your conference and seeing your visions for the next generations to come. Ninanaskamun Gisakitin. Ninanaskamun in my dialect means I am grateful, I'm thankful, I thank you, and Gisakitin means I love you.
So next we're going to hear, is she connected on Zoom yet? Yeah, Rosalie. Okay, so next we're going to hear from the co-chair of the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council, Rosalie. Like I said, we were just in Rome at the Vatican together. And remember how I told you there's endless opportunities out there, the places that you'll go, the people that you'll meet in these positions. So she just met the Pope and addressed him First Nations youth issues in Canada. So that's just one example of the amazing opportunities that you will have in these positions. And so I want you to give your attention. Everybody at the back, sorry, you got to be quiet. Come sit down, please. Come join us. Please give your attention to Rosalie.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sweet. Thank you so much, Andre, for that. And first off, I'd like to say Walaliok, thank you to all the elders who have been present the past few days, who have been there to help open up each day in a good way. And I also want to acknowledge the organizers and to your leadership for bringing together such a meaningful conference into fruition. And I want to say that, I'm very proud to everybody that is here today for, choosing to be present and taking this initiative for yourself. Dalisi Rosie Labilwa, Kaspegawaj, Nina Nigano Sukchit, AFI National Youth Council, Valalia Kasu, Ukchit Andali Gimwig, Abikte Kalupal Nagweg. So in my language, I introduced that. My name is Rosie Labilwa. I come from the 7th District in Mi'kmaq. And I'm, as mentioned before, that I'm the co-chair for AFN's National Youth Council, and I thank the Creator for, given us another beautiful day. And I'm trying to move my speaking notes down. So please bear with me. I know I think by now my Zoom skills would have been a little bit better, but so thank you all so much for that. And I've actually been watching these past few days, and I've just been totally amazed by everybody, and I was really moved. By everyone's speeches earlier. I was messaging Darian, and I was like, I'm almost in tears. I was just, I'm so honored to have witnessed your courage and your strength as young emerging leaders from your respective nations. And to thank as well as our national chief for sharing her message. And I'll share a little bit deeper into, a little bit of the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council and of my experience. And so I'm the female representative for New Brunswick, and I've been a part of the council since 2017. And and as Andre mentioned too, I had the opportunity to witness his leadership and many others throughout the past few years, and have continued to maintain those friendships. And I just want to commend Andre too. He was a great help for us when we were out in Rome. And but with that, I'm currently in my third consecutive year as a co-chair. And the funny story is that I may have been elected sooner, but the time of our elections always took place during my nation's Sundance. So I was always away, but they had caught me back in 2019, and I'm very honored to still be here today. And I also wanted to share that co-chair Taylor Baines-Akosa couldn't be here today, and she sends her regrets. So this time I'll give you a brief breakdown of our council, and so you guys can get a better understanding of what we do and what your new representatives will be a part of. And as established in our charter, the NYC is a key organ of the AFN and represents First Nations youth across the country on issues that impact us daily. And we act as an advisory body to the AFN Chiefs Committees, to the Secretariat, and to the AFN Executive Committee. So that's working with the national chief and all the regional chiefs on various youth-related and non-youth-related issues. And something that was really big last year in 2021, our council unanimously passed a motion that amended our terms of reference under the sections of membership and representation that we're able to elect 2 chairpersons who represent the same or all genders and sexes, inclusive of our 2S LGBTQIA relatives. And as a result of that, we made AFN NYC history last year, as our entire elected executive is made up of 4 representatives who all identify as female. And that was huge. I'm so honored to have been able to been a part of that. And as my dad was in leadership too, and he's like, you know what, Rose? He's like, us as men, we've done a bank up job of messing things up. And he's like, unfortunately, it's up to you ladies that you have to come and fix things. And so that's how it's kind of been where we're at the National Youth Council, and that our male representatives had entrusted it in our leadership to be able to carry forward these issues and concerns that we all have. But furthermore, we all hold portfolios, and we give our updates at both annual general and special chiefs assemblies and through virtual meetings. We participate and advise various AFN sector committee chiefs committees, working groups, and forums that are coordinated by the AFN Secretariat. And but aside from all of that, we often get called to attend and participate in conferences from across the country to share and amplify our perspective as young people. And something that our Ontario reps have taught me was the saying, nothing about us without us. So that's always in the back of my head. And I firmly believe that the wellness of our people should always be at the forefront of our decision making. And it's through these opportunities and experiences that you get to network with so many people from across Turtle Island. And something that is very important to me is the friendships that I've made throughout the years, and that I continue to maintain today. And With that being said, at this time, I want to sincerely thank Darian Lonechild and Roland Baldhead for your leadership and the time that you have dedicated to our council and to your people. And I'm just so grateful for that mutual support and friendship that we share. And I know both of you will continue to do great things for your communities. I do believe that I have some time to share a quick story, but I know you guys are all eagerly waiting to hear of your election results as well too. But back in 2016, Chief Cadmus Delorme had addressed us at AFN's National Youth Summit on Wellness. And he said, show people your heart before asking for their hand. So I just want to share a story about how I got here today. When I was born, my grandmother had heard me crying like real loud, and she told my parents, someday she'll make a great leader. And I was told this story my whole life. And I come from a strong line of leaders, and it was foreseeable that I would follow suit. And fast forward to when I was in elementary school, I remember running out of the classroom like in tears. Like I was just so shy and I couldn't speak in front of like my class. But now where I'm at today, I've had the opportunity to speak at national and international forums in front of hundreds of people, as Andre had mentioned, that we just got back from Rome. And we really advocated for those seats as young people, because our realities are valid. The things that we experience, there are stories and our truth, and they have to be honored as well too. And so that's where my public speaking, my gift has brought me across the world, and I've met many beautiful people and have gone across many beautiful territories as well too. And I'm just thinking of that. The best advice that I could give you comes from my dad again, and he always said to speak from your heart. And I often joke sometimes with our council that I'm the crying counselor because my motto is I'll always speak up for the right things and speak out when things are wrong, and I'll stand beside those who are speaking their truths. And I was so happy to see AJ, Felix, Elder AJ, because he taught me from the Turtle Lodge that, when you pray, you should cry. If you really want something, you'll be moved by your spirit. And that's what I saw today in your presentations as well too. And I believe my leadership comes from my connection to spirit, through our ceremonial ways of being. And in all honesty, I felt before that my way of life didn't fit into this political world. But one time my good friend had told me, Rose, you don't need AFN, but AFN needs somebody like you. And since then, I continued to take up these spaces with pride of what makes me the leader that I am, but also to help create bigger and safer spaces for our young people to thrive in. And I'll leave you with this. The late Elder Dave Gashane once told me that being a leader isn't just about leading the people, but it's about helping to create other leaders. And I want you to know that you all have beautiful gifts, and that make you so unique, and that we all have a purpose and an equal responsibility. And I just want everybody to be authentic and be unapologetically you, and just be yourself, and you'll be surprised about where your spirit will take you. And it doesn't matter what happens the rest of the day. Continue to strive and do what your spirit is telling you. That my elder also would say that if you're given a dream, if you're given this purpose, that the Creator will provide everything that you need in order to fulfill that dream. And so I just want to thank you all for taking the time and to listen to little old me, I guess. And I'm extremely looking forward to FSN's new representatives. And at any time I'm on social media, don't be shy. You can always reach out and ask any other questions. And so at this time I'll end it there. So walali o kakim sa Delorme.
Round of applause for Rosalie, co-chair of the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council. Thank you, and I'm sure we'll see you soon. So we have a couple of draws before the polls close. I think I'm just going to pull the names out of registration here. So the first thing we're going to do is do the beaded hat. No adults, please, just youth. I think it says Acer Main. I can't read it. Darian? Somebody come help me. Who's got better eyes here? Yeah, Cheryl. I think it says, I'm not sure. It's a tough one. Is anybody named Acer here? Oh, no? Okay. Well, pick another one. This is for the beaded hat. Augie? Or Auger? Maynette? Maynette? Maynot? Minot. Oh, we're going to have to pick the next one. You guys have to write your name clearly. Sorry. So the winner of this beaded hat is Haley Rose. She voting, campaigning. There's your gift. Next we can do Galaxy tablet. Congratulations, Haley. So we'll do one of the tablets. Oh, jersey's gonna fall. There's a pink one and a silver one. So the name I picked was Leah Keller. Leah Keller. Are they voting? Is it an adult? Okay, on to the next one. You have to be in the room or voting. Can't read this one. Duncan W. Duncan W. Duncan. TJ Sear. TJ Sear. Keep going, keep going. Sims Knight. Sims Knight. Keep going. Oh, are you Sims? All right, here's Sims Knight. You want a Galaxy tablet. Oh, you're welcome. Congratulations. We have one more tablet. Landon Moise. 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 Landon Moise. We're going to pick the next one. Josiah Burns. He's voting? Okay. Josiah Burns won a tablet. Congratulations. How do you want to do the jersey? Do you want to do a game? Yeah. Yeah. You can do a draw or we can play a game for it. Yeah. We can do paper, rock, scissors or heads or tails. We'll do paper, rock, scissors. Okay. I wonder if we should wait for the voter, for the people voting. Okay. Sounds good. So we're going to save the signed Ethan Bear jersey for last. Whenever Josiah Burns comes, his tablet's at the front here. Or their tablet. I'm not sure. And I think we're gonna play a game for the Ethan Bear jersey. We'll likely do. Do you guys like paper, rock, scissors, or heads or tails better? Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, we'll do rock, paper, scissors. Tic tac toe. You want to come up and teach it? Yeah. Okay, we'll see in a bit. 1 second.
Just to explain a little bit about the speaker's role in the Legislative Assembly. When we have the FSIN Legislative Assembly, generally before anybody can speak, when they come up to the podium mic, they have to request permission from the speaker or from the chairman. And what we've done is, because it's kind of a youth council, we've kind of foregone or overlooked protocol. And whereas protocol would be every time that our MC had to speak, he would request information from me, or he would request permission from me to speak. But we've kind of, how do you say, foregone that procedure so that there could be more of a smoother flow to the youth conference and to his ability to MC. But I've sat up here as more of as a token, and to kind of oversee the agenda and kind of play an overseer role. So just a little explanation in terms of the speaker's position or the role that he plays in the FSIN Legislative Assembly. Before the chiefs can speak, they have to address myself. Or before anybody can speak, they have to address me. And they have to say, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I have to provide explanation or follow-up explanation or a briefing for this resolution. So that is the procedure. There are certain rules of order that we have to instill, or that run the assembly itself. And we're a little bit more relaxed when it comes to the youth council. So just to provide that brief explanation, myself, my name is Wendell Starblanket. I'm from the Starblanket Cree Nation. It's been an honor and a privilege for me to serve in the capacity as Mr. Speaker. The person who held this position prior to myself many years ago was Mr. Fred Starblanket. And Mr. Fred Starblanket was my father. He was my dad. And I'm his eldest son. So it's been an honor for me to be able to carry on that tradition for him. And at the request of the FSIN and following local process or due process, I applied for the position. I was granted an interview, and then I was hired as an interim speaker for the last Legislative Assembly in February. So that's how I got to the point where I'm at now in terms of being the speaker here at the Youth Council. So that's a little bit of background and a little bit of explanation in terms of the role that I've been playing. I've also, for the past 13, 14 years, I was a Scopioist for the Fayos-Copel Tribal Council. And as a Scopio or lead Scopio for the Fayos-Copel Tribal Council in the Treaty 4 territory, you've seen me on Tuesday playing a Scopioist role where I was providing everybody with tobacco and smudging them up before they spoke. Those are seem to be coming. It seems to be becoming part of our tradition and part of our role to ensure that our speakers are smudged before they start sharing their words. And what that signifies or symbolizes is that when we speak and when we smudge before we speak, we clear our minds, we ask for our spirit to be blessed. But in addition to that, because the Muslims and Kokums are here, we tell no lies. And that is the spiritual, cultural significance of us smudging before we share any information or exchange information with one another. We like to smudge so that we tell no lies to each other. And that's the symbolism, meaning of our legislative assembly, that we're not here to lie, but we're only here to help each other further the cause of our way of life based on our traditions. And traditionally, our people never lied to each other. So just provide some of that explanation to you, some of the rationale as to why we smudge, why we present tobacco, and why we have a rule of order with a speaker being in the house. I hope. Also, when the speaker speaks in the Legislative Assembly, there's no mumbling going on. That means you guys have to listen. And we just got word from our MC that the elders in the back can't hear what's being said because of all the chit chat that's going on. So when the speaker is speaking, that sort of draws your attention that you have to listen. No more fooling around, no more jibber jabber, none of that goes on. We're not a bar. And we're to bring some semblance of good order to our assembly. In other words, your speaker commands respect. You have to listen. You have to be quiet. You want to talk? You want to talk on your cell phones? Go out the door. And that's what happens in our assembly at the FSIN level. It's called good order. It's called responsible government. And if we want to conduct ourselves in a responsible, meaningful way, which is what our First Nation citizens command, that we always behave in a respectful way, then the Speaker of the House is the one who calls to order our assembly. And so you have to be respectful, but more importantly, you have to be mindful of the way that you conduct yourself while you're conducting and addressing the issues concerning First Nations people. That's why you have to respect that speaker. You have to respect your speaker. You have to respect your chair so that it allows for order to occur within our house, within our legislative assembly. And that includes the youth council. So I want to thank you all for listening to me. I always say I don't know nothing. I'm nobody, but it's you, the people, that are somebody. It's you, the people, that make us look good or sound good. It's you, the youth, that are going to make your leadership look good because of the way that you conduct yourself. Okay? So thank you for listening. Thank you for being mindful of our rules and procedures. I've just been informed that there's a Zach White cloud, and he's going to be speaking? Is there a Mr. Zach Whitecloud? Is he on virtual or is he? He's on Zoom. Mr. Zach Whitecloud, are you there?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Mr. Zach Whitecloud, you now have the floor of the youth.
That's a lot of pressure that you're bestowing on me. I'm hoping everyone can hear me okay. Obviously, I know the sun isn't exactly ideal, but I wanted to thank Vice Chief Ali Bear for asking me to speak at the conference today. She had wanted me to speak on a few things regarding. Sorry, I was looking at my notes here. The youth leadership conference that you're going through right now, healthy living, responsibility, and some commitment to dreams and goals. Obviously, I don't have a ton of experience in terms of those things in my life. For a little bit of background, again, my name is Zach Whitecloud. I'm 25 years old. I'm from the Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation, just about 20 minutes west of Brandon, Manitoba. That's where my family, the Whiteclouds, grew up on their farm in Sioux Valley. My dad's name is Tim. My mom's name is Donna. And I grew up in Brandon, Manitoba. For those of you that don't know, I play hockey professionally for the Las Vegas Golden Knights. So that's why the sun behind me is where it is. I'm in the desert here. So again, I hope everyone can hear me okay, and that everyone's enjoying the conference and taking in the wise words. I was able to sit in for about 10 minutes for the previous speaker, and I think it's important for everyone to understand how important it is to listen to your elders. And when everyone speaks, it's not just the elders when they're speaking that you listen to. It's everyone that is talking to you that commands respect, because if you don't show them respect, you can't expect respect in return. So, obviously, I hope everyone kind of learns a lesson from what he provided you there. For everyone that's there in person, thank you. For everyone that's there in person, it is critical to learn and respect anyone who is speaking, regardless of age and what their position is. So I thought that was very important to bring up, and I thought that was a critical lesson that everyone can learn, including myself. And it's a gentle reminder that no matter who's speaking or what topic it is, that it's critical to listen and give your respect to those that are obviously speaking. So furthermore, why I'm here, I was asked to come in and provide some words that revolve around achieving goals, dreams, creating a healthy lifestyle for yourself, for others around you. For me, I grew up playing hockey. I went to college in the United States in Minnesota, and then I turned pro around the age of 21. So for me, setting goals and having life goals were never based around hockey for me. They were always based around getting my education and going on to then fulfill my career in the world and do my part for society, and obviously to make my parents proud of the man they raised, and go out and have success in my life and wherever that success would take me. So obviously I'm very grateful that I get to do something that I love every day, and it's a privilege that you get to go out and do something you love every day, and to remind yourself every day that it's not something to be taken for granted. So for me, I never had true aspirations of playing in the NHL, because I truly thought it was too far out of reach for where I grew up and kind of how where I was in my life at certain points. And the reminder I want to give to everyone is that no matter where you are in life, no matter what you're doing or what your passion is, you never know where life can take you when you take leaps and bounds and put your faith into something that you truly love. And for me, obviously that was hockey, and I was able to make a career out of it, and now I'm able to do something I love every single day, 365 days a year. So I take great pride in representing my family name and the man that my parents raised, and going out there and representing not only my family but my people, the Indigenous people all over North America, and doing right by them and conducting myself in a manner that I can be proud of. So I just hope everyone's enjoying the conference. I just want to say thank you to Vice Chief Ali Bear for inviting me to say a few words. And again, thank you again for having me. Everyone enjoy the day, enjoy the conference. Again.
Thank you for those words, Mr. Whitecloud. Is there anybody out there, any of our youth, that have any questions for Mr. Whitecloud? Are we fine with his presentation? Are we fine to dismiss him? Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Whitecloud. Thank you for that awesome presentation. We appreciate you responding to our call and addressing the assembly here. We're still awaiting.
Well, thank you, everyone, for having me.
Thank you. I believe we're still awaiting the polling results, the results from our election. We're still awaiting to see who our winners are. I want to thank the youth for the respect that they continue to show with respect to the FSIN protocols and our procedures. Thank you for being patient with us, being ever so wonderful young people, wonderful young citizens, as you attempt to establish your own youth council within our FSIN. Certainly, we want to congratulate you on your behavior over the last few days, your attentiveness, and the respect that you've shown, listening to our speakers, our presenters, listening to Ali, listening to our chiefs that have taken the time, and some of our head persons who've taken the time to come and bless us with their presence. We want to again continue to acknowledge our old people, our elders, like AJ Felix. We want to acknowledge Greg Sandy, who lifted pipe for us. We want to acknowledge Judy Pelly for praying for our meals. We want to acknowledge one of our helpers over there, Mr. Capo. Will you put your hand up? And he's been helping us with the smudges the last few days. Thank you, Mr. Capo. We also want to acknowledge our technicians. Those guys sitting in the back, see along the wall over there? And then there's some guys over here too. See these guys over here that are always smiling? They're smiling because they're making funny pictures of you guys. No, just kidding. We just wanted to acknowledge our technicians. We wanted to acknowledge those people who have been
You want to acknowledge
okay.
some of our sponsors.
Yeah, we want to acknowledge some of our sponsors at this time who have contributed financially or in kinds or goods. MNP, Myers North Penny, BHP Potash, Dakota Dunes Resort, Otaskewin, MLT Aikens Law Firm, Bear Down Plumbing and Heating, Indigenous Services, McKercher, SIGA, Echo Sound, Center of Excellence, the First Nations University of Canada, SIIT, Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technologies, the University of Saskatchewan, University of Regina. That was where Dr. Peter Levitt was from, and his fill-in was Doug Fenwick, our moderator and chair of the first day. Our Farm Credit, Creations Youth Empowerment, Mosaic, Saskatchewan Government, SaskTel, Sabaganus Worm, Lawyers, Ramada, Tourism Saskatoon, and the Saskatoon Inn. All in all, about 24 sponsors who contributed financially as well as in goods and services. We want to acknowledge those people who have been catering to us, serving us some of those meals, those wonderful meals, breakfast, lunch, the nice lunch we just had. You have 5 minutes to make it to the polls. For those of you who haven't cast your vote, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes left to cast your vote. Following the completion of the voting, we're going to call forward Darian Lonechild and Roland Baldhead, our previous youth representatives, to come forward and speak. And they will speak prior to the announcement of our new youth council representatives. So there it is. That's the agenda for the remainder of the day. Following the announcement of our election results, we'll be swearing in of the FSIN female and male elected youth representatives, where our Elks Whistle drum group will provide us with an honor song, and then we'll have the retiring of the flags, I guess, with our flag song and our victory song. So that is the process, or that is the agenda for the remainder of the day. I know it went a little bit longer than scheduled, but we're actually doing pretty good. You know, I always hear people talk about Indian time when things run a little bit late, but that's not true. That's a colonial interpretation of Indian time. My grandfather told me that Indian time is always on the day of the event. You're there. Sometimes we're even there the night before the event starts. That's Indian time, meaning you're there early and you're there on time. You're never late. Since colonial contact, they start saying that that was Indian time. That's not true. That's another falsehood that they're trying to, corrupt our mindset. I wanted to briefly discuss a little bit when I was talking with some of the elders from my area in Treaty 4. I wanted to know why did we allow non-First Nations people to settle in Treaty 4 territory? Treaty 4 has a reserve which is located in Fort Qu'Appelle. And the old people said the reason that we allowed non-First Nations people to start settling in that territory is because traditionally it was a place of neutrality where the Cree, Saulteaux, and Dakota peoples, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota peoples used to congregate. They used to gather there to exchange their knowledge on creation stories, on medicine, and also a place where we used to trade traditionally. And then what happened, because it was a place of neutrality, our forefathers wanted a Treaty 4 reserve so we could continue to assert our Indian economy, so that we can continue to gather and discuss the treaties that weren't going to be fulfilled. We wanted to meet annually at that Treaty 4 reserve to gather. And so that's why some of the priests and the Catholic Church and some of the nuns start gathering along the valley. So that made me curious. Because my grandfather took me from Ochapways to Niconete, from Niconete up to Little Pine Poundmaker, across to James Smith, Prince Albert, Saskatoon, and then south into Beaver Hills and down into Phi Hills, where my current band is situated, called Star Blanket. And I asked my grandfather and some other old people, what were we called before we were put on reserves? Before we became known as Star Blanket people, Pepeeksies people, Little Pine people, what were we called before we were put on reserves? He said we were, and a lot of different elders told me, we were called the Calling Lakes people. And the reason we were called the Calling Lakes people is because we would gather along the lakes to fish, to get drinking water, and it was also a place where the animals would come to drink, so we could kill them to eat for sustenance, like the buffalo and the deer. And so our survival was dependent upon the water. The water sustained us. So we weren't even known as Cree people. We weren't even known as Dakota people. We were just known as the people, the Calling Lakes people. And we have to know that when we're talking about retaining our language. We have to know that when we're talking about making our own law. Because we weren't known as these territorial areas. We weren't known, we didn't have just a Cree territory. We didn't just have a Dakota, Lakota, Nakota territory. We didn't just have Saulteaux territory. We only had the land. So universal thought, Indian affairs mentality and education, white man's education, teaches us to think linear and to be narrow-minded in our thought. Whereas our laws, our language, our ceremonies teach us to have universal thought. So even when we're assembling as individual First Nations under the FSIN, we don't just concern ourselves about our First Nations within our own First Nation or within our own reserve. We got to think about outside of our reserve. We got to think about not just Treaty 1 or not just Treaty 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 within Saskatchewan, but we got to think about all those treaty territories when we're thinking about our people. So to remember to always have universal thought, worldly thought in your thinking. Don't think Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba. Don't think Treaty 1, Treaty 2, Treaty 3, Treaty 4, but think about the whole world. If you go back to your creation stories, you know, us Cree people, we have a creation story. How much of, if we own anything, how much of this land do we own? And my grandfather used to tell me, you own the land as far, if you start right here and you start walking south, eventually you're going to come from the north back to your same spot. That's how much land you own. And he says, and if you start at that same spot and you walk east, eventually you're going to come back from the west back to the same spot. That's how much land you own. That's how much is Cree territory. We all have those creation stories. Lakota people have that. Dakota people have that. Nakota people have that. Assiniboine people have that. Soto people, Ojibwe people have those creation stories. Dene people have those same creation stories because our ways teach us to think about the world, not just ourselves. So food for thought, food for thought. Now, all those people, I wanna challenge you, educated people. All you people who have degrees and lawyer degrees, all you people who are lawyers, doctors. My grandfather again told me one time, if you're smart, you can figure this out. There's 32 fours in the world, 32 fours. What are they? And if you're smart, you can answer that. If you're smart. He used to ask me, are you smart? And I used to tell him, yes, yes I am. Okay, what are those 32 fours? I'm going to tell you some of them. There's 4 directions, north, east, south, west. Your 4 primary colors, white, yellow, red, blue. Your 4 seasons, spring, summer, winter, fall. Our 4 main ceremonies, Sundance, pipe, feast, and sweat lodge. I'm only naming 4. There's more than 4 ceremonies. Okay. Your 4 smudges, sweetgrass, cedar, diamond willow fungus. What's the other one? Sage. Okay. 4. There's more than 4 smudges. So there's 32 fours. I've given you some. What are they? And he said that's everybody, if you're smart, if you're First Nation, if you're Neheo, if you're Indigenous, you should have that. You should be able to answer that question by the time you're 16 or 17. If you're smart, he said. Me, I'm not very smart. It took me almost 4 years to figure that question out. Okay? So I'm giving you that as a challenge. You think you're smart? How smart are you? Huh? Our old people, are, to me, not only are they wise, but their intellect, because they have that language and because they live that life every day with their pipe, with their sequins, their rattles, their drums, because it's an everyday way of life, they're pretty smart. That's why I say, what do we know? I don't know anything. I'm nothing. I'm nothing without the old people. I'm nothing without the young people. It's you, the people, that have those answers and know our ways. It's you that make a guy like me know what I know. And I don't know nothing, so I guess that means you know nothing. Anyway, I'm just filling in some time here, trying to give you food for thought, give you some questions. We just recently finished Water Symposium. The overall message was that water is life. There can be no life without water. Water is essential to us, our existence. Water, Nipi in our language, Cree, means sustainability. But not only that, it's our women folk that look after the water. It's our women that look after our drums, our songs. It's our women who used to choose our leaders traditionally. Because a woman can look at you and she can tell if you're a liar. She can look at you and tell if you're lying. She can look at you and see if you're a good hunter, if you're a good berry picker, if you know how to chop wood. All she does is look at you and she knows. And if you don't believe me, all you men, when you go home tonight, you try lie to your mum. You try lie to your kokum and they'll know right away you're lying. Because females are blessed with a sixth sense. And us pitiful men, we don't have that sense. That's why we have to ceremony. That's why we have to sacrifice. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank our Mr. Speaker for all of his teachings and knowledge that he shared with us this afternoon. Let's give a round of applause to our Mr. Speaker. Great respect for him and his father. I believe his father was Mr. Speaker of the FSIN for many years, for longer than I've ever been born. So we hold our Mr. Speaker in a high regard and thank him for all of the work that he's done for us at the Assembly today. So some of the things that I wanted to share, the polls have been closed. So right now they are counting all of the ballots. They are counting all of the votes for the FSIN youth representatives positions. I remember 7 years ago when I was in your guys' shoes waiting for the ballots to be counted. I felt so scared and anxious and nervous that I actually left the room. I had to walk out of the room because I was so terrified. But I was lucky because in the back room, there was a pipe ceremony that was happening. There was a lot of our esteemed elders. I believe AJ Felix was there with his pipe as well. And I joined those elders and I sat there and I looked down and I just felt defeated. I felt like I wasn't going to win. And it was a very hard moment for me. However, as I sat there and listened to the old people talking and they handed me the pipe and I smoked and I passed it on, I heard them announcing winners in the background, and I had one of my friends next to me who tapped me on the shoulder and said, "You won." And tears just poured down my face. It was one of the greatest moments of my life that I'll never forget. And because of our Cree protocol, you can't leave a pipe ceremony once it's started. So they were waiting for, they were wondering where I was, like, Andre Bear, where are you? And I was sitting in the back room with the elders. It was pretty funny because they had to wait about 15 minutes before they finished up the pipe and before I could come back and make a speech. But that's a teaching in itself to share with our young people that regardless of these elections and the decisions that we make as people, those protocols always come first. Our ceremonies come first. You always put that before you. And it was a wonderful teaching.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody out on Facebook world. I've got, I'm joined by Mr. Tesler Mosquito, all the way from Mosquito Grizzly Bear Head Lean Man First Nation. So,
but
welcome.
29th Street in Saskatoon, though. That's where I came from. Actually, I came from TCU. There's an Indigenous business gathering over there. I wasn't sure what it was, but I signed up for it. You know, because that's what you have to do as a entrepreneur. No, I was playing. You have to sign up for a bunch of little things. So I checked out. It ended up being like a whole lot of like energy people, kind of like MNP, BHP, and stuff like that. So I looked at their at stuff they got set up, got free pens, ate lunch.
Can I have one of those pens or what?
Yeah, and then so now I'm here. I wanted to come check it out, shake some people's hands. I want to say what's up to you guys first of all, right away. I knew I'd be able to chill for a bit. It's always dope chilling.
Cool. Well, tell us, a bit more about Treaty 6 Apparel and what you do and what you have to offer and how you got started.
Yeah, it's funny because every time I be interviewed for on what Treaty 6 is, I always just go on like a whole different type of story and tangent, eh? But yeah, man, Tree 6 has been dope. It's been pretty much like 7 years here, coming up in August. Got in a couple dope stores like Blow the Belt and Nigi in Midtown. Blow the Belt, put it all across Canada with like the different treaties. So if you went to like Calgary, there's like Tree 7 there. And there's Tree 10 in Larange. No, not Larange, Fort Mac. Someone got one at like a little boutique. Yeah, Treaty 8 or something. What? That's what Treaty is. Yeah, Treaty 8. That's what it was.
Yeah, Treaty 8.
Yeah, that's what it was. So, anyways, so yeah, it's been dope. I designed it so people can wear it in confidence, and as you can see, I got a hat on. Ever since I started it, I don't think I went one day without not wearing my brand. Even the first summer, not last summer, but the summer before when I first started, man, it was like plus 30, and I was just in my hoodie on the golf course, and it was just real cool. It was just, it was like it had AC, and here it was like plus 27. And then, so
Good
then,
stuff, Tester. I just want to ask you one more question about what do you got to say to the young entrepreneurs that maybe want to get their own clothing or just any kind of business, for the youth?
yeah, I would say go on Google and say how do I, and then finish the sentence on what do you want to do, and then go on YouTube and then search up how do I, and then how do I buy a house in Canada type thing, or how do I start a business in Canada, and then look at all the people that make all those YouTube videos, choose which one you like, watch them all. They'll have some guests, go on that guest channel, watch all their videos, and then you just take whatever you like from that video and just carry on. And that's how I started my business. Like some people think I went to business school and stuff, man. I went in education. All this business stuff I learned on the side, all on YouTube, all on Google, all on podcasts. So and then I do music as well, so I took all that music knowledge and stuff and just applied it to like creating a brand, and here it is. So
Did you learn to golf on YouTube as well, or?
Yeah, and Instagram, just how to turn those hips.
Good stuff. Well, there you have it. You can go check out treaty6.com, I believe, or Treaty 6 Apparel.
Yeah, tree6.com, tree6ix.ca or .com, either. Check it out on Instagram. Pretty good Instagram page.
Go follow them and get your Treaty 6 merch, and
Yeah.
as well as every nation, so every treaty. So
I'll also be at every powwow, and also my prices are going to go up online, and but at every live show they'll be the same price, but it'll be a big difference.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's also a business. That's also a business move. So keep that to yourself.
maybe we'll do a Treaty Denny one because I've got
Treaty D.
Might do a collaboration with Treaty here. So I want to thank you once again for joining me here, and I'll chat with you again in the future. Masicho. We're going to go back over to the Andre Bear there, the MC of the conference, and we're going to announce the election results here once they finish the count. So stay tuned for that.
You have the right to your children. The governments have no business or right taking our children away. Governments have no business and no right locking our people up in their prison systems. We have the inherent right to make decisions for self-determination and self-government for our people. And you never, ever forget that. You have the right to clean water. You have the right to enjoy your land, to hunt, to fish, to trap. Those are all things provided to you by our creator, Mamo Tawi Mau Simanto, and they were never up for negotiation during treaty making. The rights, your treaty rights, are something different. They are on top of your inherent rights that you were born with. And I want to repeat what I said earlier. Your rights do not come from the government of Canada. Your rights come from the Creator. You were born with them, and this is your land. For as far as your eyes can see, in all of the cities, the towns, it doesn't matter if it's public land, if it's crown land, it's all Indian land. This is yours. And never forget that. And so our treaty rights, we have important treaty rights that our ancestors fought for. In Treaty 6 territory, the number one thing that we fought for was education. The treaty right to education, that means you and all of the treaty people around you have the right to lifelong learning from preschool all the way up to a PhD, and that this government and this country is indebted to provide that to you because you agree to share the land with them. So you all have that treaty right to education. And I'll tell you right now that we have our work cut out for us because the government of Canada does not recognize that treaty right. You might think that because your bands, your nations, your chief and councils get some sort of funding to support your post-secondary education, that they honor your treaty right to education, but no. They think of that, the way the government thinks of that funding is a social programming because we are poor people. And so that is wrong. And I've heard it time and time again from our vice chiefs today, where elected government officials will tell our chiefs that they have been legally advised by the Ministry of Justice to not even speak about our treaty right to education because they know that they have done wrong to the Indian people. They know that they owe us a great deal to education from preschool all the way up to a PhD for every single one of our treaty people. The next thing that I wanted to mention was the treaty right to education. The treaty right to healthcare, the medicine chest clause. And what that means is that treaty Indians, each and every one of you in this room, you have the right to universal healthcare. You have the right to, you should never have to pay to have healthcare provided for you. That is why we agree to share the land with these governments, with settlers, with Canadians. You have that right, and that is your treaty right. And this is what has been negotiated on top of your inherent rights. You have rights to fishing, to hunting. You have rights not to be taxed by government. That's why we don't pay taxes when we work on the reserve land. You have the rights to relief during famine and pestilence. Just think for a moment how much foresight and gifts our ancestors must have had to look far into the future and to see something like the COVID-19 pandemic coming, because they were able to see into the future and they fought for our treaty right to relief during times of famine and pestilence. That is why each and every one of you were first to receive the vaccinations for the COVID-19 pandemic. And take a moment to recognize the beauty and power of your ancestors and the medicine that we have through our ceremony and spirituality, because that is what is keeping us thriving and surviving in this world. That is what's keeping us strong as a people and as a nation. And so never forget, each and every one of you young people, this is your land. You are the first order of government. You are not a third order of government. Your government belongs here, before Canada, before the province of Saskatchewan, before the towns and municipalities. And it's your future that is going to deconstruct the Indian Act and create your own governments, to create your own legal system, healthcare system, education systems. You have your work cut out for you. So we don't only need lawyers, we need doctors, we need teachers, we need nurses, we need artists, we need even chiefs and counselors. But we need all of you to work together to ensure a certain future for our people. And we need our people working in every aspect of government to form real governments someday without the Indian Act. And the biggest part of that is understanding and listening to our elders, our creation stories, learning your languages. And one thing that I'll leave you all with before I finish up here, I was in I was in a night lodge, and often we don't talk about what happens in these ceremonies, but I was told specifically by this grandfather by the name of Thundercloud to share this with everyone that I can, is that it's time for our young people to come home. It's time right now to come back to our ceremonies. Thank you.
Once again, we want to thank Andre Bear for his intellect, for his insights, and of course for his words. We also want to thank him for his past leadership and representation as a youth rep, youth council. Thank you, Andre, for all that you've done for us and for the youth. Give him a hand. As I understand it, we should be knowing very shortly as to our winners, as to the, as to our elected youth reps, our elected youth legislative assembly, FSIN Youth Legislative Assembly representatives should be coming shortly. And once again, I wanted to thank everybody for their ears, for listening in a respectful way, for listening with your spirit, your heart, for listening with your eyes, your vision, for listening, with yourself physically by your presence of being here in the here and now, and for the future respect that you're going to pay to one.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back here. We are still live at the FSIN Youth Summit. We're still awaiting the results of the male and female youth representative. I'm going to be joined by a counselor, counselor from Waterhen, Dustin. He's this real, got that counselor walk here and, taking in all the free food, he said. But we'll just get you to introduce yourself here for the people watching on Facebook land and YouTube.
For sure. Well, Tansay Nawaga Magantik, Katamska Tenawa Kakya, Nawaga Maganak, Dustin Ross Fiddler and Sigason, Sea Keeps Sagagan at Sinia, Egwa Miyaki Sagawa. And that's it's a good day. I'm Dustin Ross Fiddler. I'm a counselor in Waterhen Lake First Nation. It's good to be here today. Thank you. It's the last day, so my voice is kind of going and my energy is kind of falling down here because I've been chaperoning a group of youth, and you know how that is, and they're teenage boys a lot. Hey, and you're trying to wake them up at 7:30 for them to get ready and get out the door. Oh man,
it's really busy, yeah, for sure. Egwa, it's thank you for sharing the language here with us. It's always good to hear, to show the young people to honor their language and introduce themselves. And you talk about, the young people, how important is it for them to attend these events and to see something more than just the reserves. A lot of times we feel like we're stuck here and we need those experiences to move on.
Yeah, of course. Well, I got to give a big shout out to Vice Chief Ali Bear for organizing this, and of course Andre and the previous youth reps, Darian and Roland, for being here. There's so many people that brought this all together. Even the speaker who's speaking right now. And I'm grateful to all of them, because without them, this wouldn't come together. There's so much work to make this happen, and they do it because they know that it benefits these young people. You're not doing it for a paycheck when it comes to this stuff. I know that. You're doing it because you know it benefits and impacts. I have a young person, young girl, she's kind of shy, and I brought her with me, and she's in grade 11 now. And she sent me a message last night at 1 a.m. after we got back from the Joey Styles Jesus show.
Yeah.
And she said, "Can you take me to more conferences like this? Because I'm coming out of my shell, and I'm loving getting to meet new people, and I feel like better about myself."
Yeah.
And that was a beautiful message to get. So, that's why we do it. Like, honestly, the lack of sleep, everything we do, it's like we know it serves a greater purpose. We know that's, if it's not us, then who? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, and some good points are you made as we get ready to announce once they get the numbers tallied up. What is something you got to say to the youth as a counselor yourself, or a leadership for your community? For the young leaders who are going to be elected here, what is something you leave with them here today?
Oh man, there's so many things. My biggest thing is just I'm gonna take all my relations. All of us are connected in some way. All of us know somebody. Our family lines go way back. You talk to your grandparents, they know the family lines back to the great grandparents and so on. And all of a sudden, you have family everywhere. When you're brought together from 74 First Nations across the region here into these spaces, take advantage of it. Get to know who your cousins are. Get to know where your relations are, because you could be from Treaty 4 and you have family in Treaty 5 or Treaty 10, Treaty 8, and that's just how our lineage goes, right? So that's what I'd love to see more for our youth, and if they could focus on making those connections, lifelong connections. I can say, that's it for that's
good stuff.
my number one thing.
Well, I want to thank you, Dustin, for joining me here, and it's good to see you around. We're going to take it over to the current male and female youth representatives as they do their departing speeches, I guess, as we get ready to elect the new people. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
Thank you.
Get into. But I came in with the curiosity of what my nephew now has, the questions of why, and always inquiring. When I got into the position, I learned I learned that I was finding myself in these rooms where language started to turn into jargon that I didn't know what was what, where all of a sudden education turned into westernized, Eurocentric way of thinking. And I would have to dissect this in my mind thinking, okay, he just said something about school or something like that. In this position, I had learned not only about myself, but things I am very passionate about. One of those things is education. Education in a sense of not going to school and learning the physics, or the chemistry, which can be fun. But how can we relate that to a land-based learning? Or why don't we have our own university that represents all 74 nations? Or when you're in high school, why are you not allowed to gain credits when you go into university? These are the things that I became passionate about. I've learned about myself, and the people I have met have opened doors to allow me to grow to places I would have never been if I never got into this position. To the candidates and the youth who have ran for this, I would like to thank you, as you are very brave. You showed commitment, drive, determination. You have showed power in your voice, and you understand what power is. You understand what truth is. If you are successful, that is great. If you are unsuccessful, that is success as well, because you have learned you have learned the building blocks of how to get to success. If you're successful and you find the position that Darian and myself are in, know to talk to the candidates who had ran with you, lend a listening ear, and talk to those issues that we all know that face us Indigenous youth. Those being things like suicidal ideations, mental wellness, as well as physical. Learning how to navigate these and advocate for all things. I'm going to keep it short because I sliced out at the POW, and I feel like I'm sounding like Kermit the Frog and Cookie Monster at the same time here. So thank you all.
Thank you, Roland. Tanse, nuagamagnak, kitananas kamtinawa, Darian Lonechild Nasigason, Wabi Maskwa Ochinia. My name is Darian Lonechild. I come from the White Bear First Nation Treaty 4 territory. It has been an incredible honor to serve as the female youth representative. I'm gonna try not to get emotional up here. This role has been life-changing for me. I want all the candidates to know that you are so brave, and I'm so proud of each and every one of you for putting your name forward. It is not easy. I remember when I was running in 2018, I couldn't even sit down to have a meal because I had so much anxiety in my stomach. I was shaky. My social anxiety was at an all-time high. So I understand what you're going through, and I commend you, and I'm so proud of you. There's a few messages that I want to leave with you. So as young people, we must continue to fight for Indigenous rights, consistent with the spirit and intent of treaties, continuing to push for the Canadian government to honor these agreements. But it's also too, whether it's breaking away from the Indian Act, if you are from a self-governing First Nation, that is incredibly important. I believe Canada and the justice system, that has so much to answer for. During these times of hardship, mourning the loss of our own youth and the discoveries of Indigenous children across this country, our young people's voices and presence are needed now more than ever, and especially within the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. I want our young people to know that it is the prayers and it's the sacrifice of our ancestors that has made it possible to be in this room, to share laughter as we have in the last few days, and that is such a beautiful thing to witness and to be a part of. Our young people continue to face barriers to employment, receiving our education, and having the inclusion of LGBTQ2S people in our communities. Indigenous youth are the fastest growing segment of the Canadian population, and we must ensure that we're forging a new path to prosperity on our own lands through a treaty and inherent right lens. And what this means is it's taking the responsibility to learn who we are as Indigenous people. It's going back to our communities and taking the time to learn our languages, to learn our laws. I've spent the last few days thinking about this moment when I'd stand in front of the assembly and give this speech, and I'd ask myself, what message do I want to leave the youth with? And I stand here to only remind our young people that not only are you capable, strong, but you have such a unique perspective and a brilliance about you. The soil you stand on today, wherever you go in this region, it's the foundation to you. And what you walk on when you're following your dreams, and whatever those dreams may be. I hope everyone walks away with messages of empowerment, but also a recognized responsibility to care for our lands. The first 2 days we talked about the climate crisis that we are faced with. There is a large responsibility that rests on our shoulders as young people, and we need to be responsible in how our economy operates. I'm proud of the candidates who put their name forward. I think my time as the youth representative has been memorable. It's been life-changing. As you heard from Rosalie earlier, if you were elected, you have the opportunity to sit on the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council. So with this opportunity, you are able to hear and collaborate and work with other regional representatives across Canada. And you'll be speaking at many events on behalf of the youth. It's incredibly, incredibly important to remember that not only do you come into this role as a voice for young people, but you have to take the time to listen. I know many other leaders have stressed this importance, but I can't stress this enough, is that you need to make yourself available to the peers in your community, whether that's in person or in social media, because a lot of people have very important things to say. I'm confident, and most of all, I'm excited for the future. We're destined for good things, just as our ancestors intended for us. And I'm excited to witness the rise of each and every one of you in this room. The last one, thank you.
Everybody stand up. Let's go another round of applause. Stand up and acknowledge our young people that are leaving. We want to acknowledge those two for the hard work that they've done over the last few years, for representing us in an honorable and a respectful way, and to be leaving us in this way. Who knows, maybe they'll be running at the FSI level now. Woo! Woo! I've just been informed that we have the results.
Thank you, everyone.
Just excuse me before you begin. We'll have you smudge up, and then you can, then we'll acknowledge our electoral officer.
Thank you, everyone, for being patient. We tried our best as fast as we can. There were 127 voters that actually cast their votes. And then we have, I'll start from the female candidates and their results. Brianna Marie Carter, 10 votes. Kanisha Emma Church, 2. Jesse Goodry, 3. Kachich Nightstorm, 20. Elizabeth Mackay, 15. Kahiwin Tauhau, sorry. And then Haley Rose, 46. Shonda Semaganis, 11. Akita Wadidika, 11. And we had 3 rejected ballots. So the female youth representative winner is Haley Fern Rose. Okay. And for the male youth representative, we have Kihiu Gopher, 46. And then we have McLeod Wadidika Brock, 75. Okay. And six rejected ballots there. So these 2 individuals, could you come up, please? And we're going to publicly declare you as the youth female and the youth male representative. Are you in the house? Haley Fern Rose and Brooke McLeod Wadidika. Come forward, please. I hereby, as electoral officer of the Assembly for the Youth Council, declare these 2 individuals as the representatives for the next ensuing term, which is for 2 years. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it was pretty chilly in here, so I'm glad I have this blanket to cover me up. I just want to say that I'm super thankful that we were all able to come here together. And throughout this assembly, I was able to build relationships with youth. and to build community with you guys. And it's truly inspiring seeing youth voice their perspectives and things that they were passionate about. And I am proud of the other candidates that ran. You inspired me. You motivated me. And I'd like to thank my family for supporting me here today, for being and standing in my corner. For my First Nation, Mosquito Grizzly Bearhead Lean Man First Nation, for supporting me and sponsoring me to be here today. I'm so happy right now. Thank you. Hi, and Anaskomen.
I'm just speechless right now. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank my nominator and my seconder. Without them, I wouldn't be here. And I'd like to thank my community of Wapayton for always supporting me, and the acknowledging words from everyone. And all of the youth that I met, trust me, I was nervous, I was scared. I doubted myself. I'm just shaking. No, I'm happy. Yes, I'll do my best for the youth, the Wakaija. And thank you all for voting for me. It's a truly great honor to be standing with Haley as the youth reps for FSIN. With that, thank you all very much, and safe travels home to your home fires. Hi, Hamtakwas.
Elks Whistle Honor Song, please.
Come forward and shake the hands of your new FSIN youth representatives.
Four, five, six, seven.
This concludes our Youth Legislative Assembly.
Alrighty, welcome back, folks, on the social media world. This is, they have just elected the new FSIN youth representatives. Miss Haley Rhodes from Mosquito, Grizzly Bear, Head Lean Man, Red Pheasant. She is the female youth representative. And from Wapayton, Brock Wadidika, McLeod Wadidika, I believe, is your new FSIN male youth representative right here live at the Dakota Dunes. You know, congratulations on the winners, and for the ones that did not get in, this is not the end for you. Keep on moving and being leaders in your own community, as well as just in everyday life. So with that, we're gonna sign off and doon dinige dene suchlinis rit asi. You know, dene goda hadont isinunt and nether de baga arush yare no has canuto dene gode don't isinutle. And Torge don't isi that to experience this. And nether day it would be cool doon dene suchlinis. Dene gode dene helta yiha dene ya ti au they must see choner ho soon salot in a dunes in a see Willis Janvier Hushe nin telas tours in La Loche, Saskatchewan, Clearwater River Dene Nation band member of the Hislio, and we come to you live Treaty 6 territory Dakota Dunes. Must see cho. Y'all have a good night, take care, drive safe,